Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. I'm Kevin Dietrag.
And this is Nocturne Flum.
Good to see you again, Nocturne. We're pulling the Sega Saturn out for the first time in almost a year with the next game that she's going to be playing for us that is published by Fox Interactive. So if we get a copyright strike, by the way, on this one, you'll know why. Because it does have the Fox logo going for the publishing of this game. There's also animation on the version that's on PlayStation that exists. But for some reason, they don't have the animation or the special animation that goes with Argonaut Software because we want to tell people what you're playing for us.
Yeah, we'll be playing Croc, Legend of the Gobbos.
Yes, we were playing the Sega Saturn. It's also on the PlayStation and the PC, and there's a version on the Game Boy Color that's totally different. But Argonaut was involved in that as far as development, and Fox Interactive that made it as far as the publish. Fox Interactive's take, they used to be cases as far as publishing games and stuff like The Tick, their first game, which was on the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, based on the cartoon, as well as Die Hard Trilogy, The Simpsons Virtual Arcade, Independence Day, N2O Nitrous Oxide, and World's Scariest Police Chase, which is the game based on World's Wildest Police Videos. It's all like Driver. It's on the PlayStation. I want to show it at some point. But it was Argonaut Software developed this. It made Star Fox for the Super Nintendo, as well as Star Fox 2, which came out years and years later for reasons we'll get into. They also made Days of Thunder on the game. We talked about that last week. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Croc, Legend of the Gobbos for the... okay, fine. The loading. I just want to make sure the loading's set. It's for Saturn. This is the way we're playing it. Yeah, Argonaut got to do all sorts of stuff after the Super FX chip, didn't they? Yes, they did, Darth Loctus. So good to see you tonight. For Croc, Legend of the Gobbos, Nocturne's here with me. She's going to be playing this game blind, as we're pointing out, on Saturn. It's also on PlayStation. She's never played this game. Am I right about that?
Pretty much. No, I mean, even the intro bit right here, I only just saw earlier today when we were doing the sound test.
Yep, absolutely, for that. I played a little bit on PlayStation. My copy doesn't work. Darth Loctus and Dolphin, so good to have you tonight. If you ever let any memories fall on Croc, if you have any, with this game or its sequel, which is on PlayStation, though the back of the manual does advertise Croc 2 coming Christmas 1998. It came out in 1999, as it was. Yeah, we're also getting a look at the story, which has a little bit of a background to it, but to give you a little bit of a brief perspective, Croc is that crocodile. He was taken in by the king of the Gobbos. Those little creatures which, as the Crusader Nerd 64 said to me at one point, they look like Karibo from Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit. I'll have a picture as far as Karibo to indicate that once more. But what happened here is Baron Dante. He came around. He's the leader of the Dantinis. He's like, yeah, these Gobbos, they gotta go. So what happened then is that, the king of the Gobbos, he hits the magic gong there, and he gets, Beanie the Bird, that is who that is, to take Croc away. He's like, yeah, be safe, my friend, and my child, because, yeah, he was raising Croc from a child as it was, and now he's all here, and, we got to go rescue the Gobbos who were put in cages. So, yeah, it's definitely a sad case for that, sure. It's like Rayman. I always think about that with the looms in that game, where in Rayman 2 they're going like, help! But that's that idea. Hey, gang, hey, Lickverse, so good to see you tonight. We're playing Croc, Legend of the Gobbos. We're playing on the Sega Saturn, though, as opposed to the PlayStation and the PC, and it's on the Game Boy Color as well. So good to have you tonight. Feel free to let your memories flow on Croc, what you played it on, or other 3D platformers, the 3D Collect-a-thon platformers, because it is also my little bit of a break before I do Super Mario Sunshine in about a month. But Nocturne's with me. She's been leading us through this one as a blind play, because she's like, hey, you want to do this, and you want to go into your thought process as far as that?
Yeah.
So why you want to do a blind play on this one?
Yeah, my thought was, pretty much everything I know about this game you've told me, aside from the name of the, aside from its title, and then I believe it was a couple years ago you got it from me.
Yeah, that was in 2021. I do remember that.
And I had still just, for one reason or another, not actually touched it as a game.
Alright, well, I'm getting a little bit of a cross-section on the chat on this one, saying, never played Croc, everyone says it's a good game that aged poorly, but Gemini96, so good to have you tonight. I love Croc. Okay, so you love Croc, specifically. We're playing on the Saturn. It's a little different than it is on the PlayStation. I think I remember you mentioned to me, actually, when we did Earthbound a couple months ago, you mentioned you played this on the PlayStation. Feel free to go into indications on memories on that game as far as on PlayStation. Any differences you might be seeing on the Saturn version, which is interesting, the fact they got this thing running on Saturn. Darth Locus kind of went into saying that Argonaut got a lot of interesting stuff after the Super FX chip that they made for Nintendo. So, actually to that, this might be a good time, if you're alright with this, Nocturne, to go into a little bit of the background on Argonaut Software.
Sure.
because we played one game of theirs before. We played Star Fox on Super Nintendo. That was Elect vs. Quest. We had a great time playing that. And we're going to play, well, we could play Croc 2 at some point, but also Star Fox 2, which I know Dolphin wants to see. We're going to do that for sure. This is a company that started out in 1982 in Colindale, London, by Jason, or Jason specifically. It was named after the legend of Jason and the Argonauts, which then was turned into movies and things. And they actually, their partnership with Nintendo, which is an interesting case, that does tie this game in how it started and how it ended. In 1990, they actually gave Nintendo a proof of concept of how they were able to destroy the copyright mechanism of the original Game Boy. They said, we came with a way to jailbreak this thing feasibly, and Nintendo said, hey, it's kind of interesting what you were able to do. Why don't you come work for us as far as kind of a little bit of a partnership, a little bit. It's been a long time. I remember it being challenging in a good way. Well, that's going to be the case of it because Nocturne, as we mentioned, she has not ever played this game before. I've not played this game much either. I have it on the PlayStation. My copy does not work at all. It's horrifically bad in terms of how the disc is. So I'd have to get another copy for either that system or on Saturn here for it. So yeah, we'll definitely go into that and definitely gonna have a great time, I think, with this. We already have an active crowd tonight on this one for sure. I think people want to see Croc. And fitting one, I guess, for it. I guess something, as I mentioned, with Argonaut Software. Because after they did their stuff with Nintendo, it's like, hey, we can jailbreak your console for your portable system. They then said, okay, they had some games they were making for them, including X on Game Boy, which was something that Japan only got. It was kind of showing a lot of polygonal graphic tech on Game Boy. They might not think they would. It was kind of a takeoff on Days of Thunder that they made before they were with Nintendo on Game Boy. Talked about it a little bit last week to Tony USA with that movie being inspiration for that game. But they said, okay, this is the idea, and as Darth Locus is mentioning, the idea was also for Star Fox and Super Nintendo, which they co-developed with Nintendo. They said, in order to get the polygonal graphics that they saw in that, let's have the Super FX chip built into the console, or into the cartridge, I should say, to handle all that stuff. And that's how they kind of went. They had other games they made using that. I know they're involved with Stunt Race FX for Super Nintendo. I don't know if you played that.
I don't think I have.
It is on Switch Online now, if you want to take a look at that. It's a pretty interesting one. Not as good as Star Fox, admittingly. And they also still did other stuff outside of Nintendo's things, like Scooby-Doo Mystery, the Super Nintendo version specifically. The rental-only Ren and Stimpy game, Fire Dogs, on Super Nintendo. They made Buck Bumble on Nintendo 64, Carve on the Xbox, iNinja on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, and Malice, which was originally going to be Xbox only, but then came to PS2. And their last game, massive air quotes, was the game based on the movie Catwoman from about 20 years ago. Can't believe it's been 20 years since that hilarious movie for all the wrong reasons. Unfortunately, then they were dissolved into... they were dissolved in 2007, but they were picked up by Vivendi Universal and kind of splintered in. Some people who worked at the company went on to work at Rocksteady Games, who were going to make the Batman Arkham games and made Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League recently. But this was an interesting one because talking about what going on with Nintendo, because this game was kind of the result of the end of that partnership that Nintendo had, because while the Nintendo 64 was still being made, back was in the Project Reality, or the Nintendo Ultra 64, Argonaut presented a prototype called Yoshi Racing. So you're wondering, why does Croc look a lot like Yoshi, perhaps? Maybe. Is what we maybe were thinking, perhaps?
Perhaps. Or maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say, because it's like, fine, just a green crocodile with the one tooth, which, by the way, the reason for that was because it was designer Simon Keating, his first job actually working on this game, saying that single fang was actually kind of like a cat of his, as far as like, why does he have that?
So a bit of a snaggletooth.
A little bit, yeah, absolutely. That's a good way of putting it. But they showed him this prototype, Yoshi Racing, which was going to be this kind of open 3D game. It was 1994 they put this together. They pitched it to Nintendo. They were intrigued by it. Shigeru Miyamoto was intrigued by it. But then they decided, we're not going to option this. And then what happened was that they then canceled Star Fox 2, which was development for Super Nintendo. It was almost finished. Dylan Cuthbert, who worked at Argonaut and worked on Star Fox, I don't think he worked on this game, he found when he was developing Star Fox Command on DS that he saw a basically completed version of that game at Nintendo that he was sort of being able to reference. And then when the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit came out, they said, we finished up Star Fox 2 and it got released. But then they said, alright, what's going on with this? They went to Fox Interactive to get this game made in the game you're seeing as is now. But also the question that after that prototype, Nintendo released Super Mario 64, showed it off, and then released it. Which, by the way, it's also worth pointing out the PlayStation version this came out literally 1 year to the day after Super Mario 64 did. And Argonaut thought that maybe it was a coincidence that was a lot like Super Mario 64. There's some similarities, yes, admittingly, not 100%, but cases of thought that maybe Nintendo ripped off that prototype. It's not sure as far as if they did or not. And to be fair, of what I've played of this for the purpose of the audio test and all that, there are enough differences to go about indicating that, and even the guy, Jason, who was at Argonaut, said it might be a coincidence, perhaps, as it was. So that's the question, yeah. But as I said, we're playing it on Saturn, which came out on November 24th, so it came out about 2 months after on the PlayStation. And Europe had it on October 10th of 1997. It also is on the PC, and it is also getting an HD remaster, it's worth pointing out. It was announced last year. They basically were like, hey, I don't want to jump the gun. There was a tweet, I believe it was by Jiz San, who indicated that. I'll have the link in the link list to go into that. But with that spiel, that's kind of the idea of what we're going, and as we go, we'll go into more about what's going on with this. If Nocturne, you're ready to get ourselves started.
Yep, I think I'm just about. Well, if we're done with the.
With the spiel, I mean, I'll have it going a little bit as we're seeing a little bit of the demo. We're going to see.
Yeah, mostly done.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to be here too, because I don't really have much experience with with this game myself. So that's going to be the idea. So I guess Chad's going to be all on you, but this is going to be a little bit of a blind run as far as how it is. I think we're looking forward to something nice. Yeah. We'll let our hair down a little bit. I'm going to be doing that next week with my blind finale of Pokemon Gen 9. But before you want to start, I think we should look at the options.
That's what I was going to do. I always look at options before...
Yeah, for this game, you're probably going to want to, as it is, because we wanted to get some stuff set up, because you have audio options, save slots, and control options. Save slot, it does run the memory card on Saturn if you have one. You can save directly to it or the internal memory.
Alright, so audio options, let's see.
Yes, you have sound effects, you have CD volume, that's music. They default it to 1 point below maximum. If you want to keep it that way or boost it up by the 1, you can do that. There's stereo, mono, and Dolby surround sound. This game does have Dolby surround if you want to select on options at the A button.
Huh?
If you want to hit the A button on any of those options to change them, feel free to go to that to see what they are.
So,
And yeah, the stars basically mean it's either quieter or louder with a nice Croc head. And then CD volume is going to be the music, as it is, which is defaults to that. So feasibly is the Red Book audio running on this console, I believe on the PlayStation. It's stereo and Dolby. Look at that 32-bit Dolby logo. Doesn't that bring you back, perhaps? And mono. So you do have your options as far as running that. I guess we'll run stereo. If we had the Dolby setup, I'd probably say, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What better way to use your Dolby setup than for Croc on the Sega Saturn? Yeah, exactly. That's how we would run on this program. And we said that when we played Majora's Mask. Alright, controls. Let's talk controls because she has the analog 3D controller, which they do have the render of. It is compatible with that. You can change the sensitivity of the analog stick to as low or high as you want. When I did my test, I ran it low, but if you want to change it, you can also go into the options anytime between missions, specifically. And it's also pointing out, if you want to switch between D-pad control, there's the switch on the bottom of the 3D control pad. If you want to do that, feel free to do that, because there's aspects that might be worthwhile.
Oh, yeah.
And it's also pointing out, what's your experience on Tomb Raider?
Virtually nothing.
This might be a little bit of a backdoor on that a little bit, because this game controls kind of like that does, but also kind of the Mario 64 thing a little bit. And you have the button configurations. You have 3 presets. You cannot change them as you want. You have your attack of tail whipping on the A button. B button is your jump. You can change it to other ones. There's one that makes it to be C for the jump if you want. That's on number 2. There's sidestepping left and right on the L and R buttons. Flipping because you have an 180-degree turn. It's like Resident Evil that way, and you might want to use that. And then camera. One thing it's worth pointing out, on the PlayStation there is analog controller support, so you can use the right analog stick for controller for the camera, but not in this one. So if you want to run camera stuff, you have to either tilt it up or down or do a tilt specifically with however you want for the 3 options. That's your choice, Nocturne, how you want to run this.
Okay, let's see. Tilt Z. Okay. It'll be easier for me to learn these controls by doing it.
Sure. I mean, that's what I've understood. That's what chat's saying. Also, case as far as like, do you want to have jump on the A button or the B, or the B button or the C button? Sometimes I'm kind of iffy as far as that when it comes to the Genesis and Sega Saturn. Sometimes I'll put B's jump, sometimes I won't. When I did my test, I ran it with 2, but of course it's your choice as far as you want to set it.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be the one controlling this. And we are going to be going 100%. It's worth pointing out the way we're going to do that, though, is that we're going to go through the game to start fully. as how much she's going to control it. And default means just set everything back to default, but if you everything's set, you don't have to do that. We'll go through and get everything eventually. We're going to have a cleanup part. I think that's going to be the idea. As far as how it's going to run, I've delineated at least, just in case, about 5 or 6 months for this. But if we need less, we'll need less, and we'll fill in the shows if we have fewer with other stuff. These will be also stuff that maybe you and I were going to do.
Yeah,
the chat's been asking.
Yeah, maybe something Mega Man related. Or...
Right, we did say we're going to come back to Mega Man 7 to do that again and show Mega Man 8, which when we play Mega Man 8, we're going to play on the Saturn. Choose the Japanese version, and that is the version we're going to look at.
Yeah, or maybe even revisiting something from the past, maybe Knuckles Chaotix.
Yeah, it's true. If we can, I have to figure some stuff out. We got some plans as far as that, but yeah, for tonight we got our 3D platform take, which actually I think this might. I'm trying to remember. No, it's not the first 3D Collect-a-thon platform. It's close because we played Spyro the Dragon last year. That was Edward and Nikki played that for us. But with that, yeah, we got an interesting aspect as far as what chat wants to go into on this. Feel free to let it all flow. Any insights as far as it. And any differences you might see, as I think, not ready to go?
Yep.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, a good one for spring and the nice spring day feasibly for it as well. Or if you want to go to the other case, because it is April 20th, as far as the drug case of green, go ahead there if you want. I will not say that. But that being said, you do have your options as mentioned. After every level, you can go and save as far as any time you want. You can change the options, like, hey, I don't like these control settings or something.
Right.
Go ahead.
For the sake of...
Run the save. Yeah, it'll be onto a cartridge.
So...
Yeah, you have your surprise box, by the way, of Croc there to get set. And it does let you save directly to the memory card if you have it inserted in the console. It's not one of those cases where you have to save it to the internal memory and then transfer it over later. Because this was a late one for Saturn, so that's the idea. Alright, and so the adventure begins, which is a reference, by the way, to the song Yankee Rose by David Lee Roth. I believe something in the music video, if I remember correctly.
Alright,
I think, ready to go? Alright, let's do it. Okay, so sit back and, yeah, we're going to have a good time, definitely, for sure, on this one.
Oh, yeah.
And feel free, Nocturne, to go into anything you got on the way as far as your elements. The only thing I'm going to mention as far as this is the first stuff, as far as the first level, you see, there's really nice music. I'm going to stuff in the music in a little bit, too. As far as what your movements are, because you do have that. The one thing they don't tell you in the instructions that way, as far as on this stuff, there's the Gobbo. You have to save them in the level. There's a color gem. You get all 5 of those. There's the door at the end of the level that you're able to do stuff for. As far as busting the boxes, what you do on those, you jump on them, and you hit a jump while you're in the air. You do the stomp. Boom.
Okay, got that.
The crystals, by the way, you collect those. They're on a level. Based on how many you have at the end of the level, they go in your bank, and every 100 you get a life. But if you get hit by an enemy, which they die, but they will be respawning, and you hear the sound effect that goes with them respawning actually pretty quickly, you lose all of your crystals. And if you get hit without crystals, it's death. So it's like Sonic the Hedgehog, a little bit that way. And also on the broken thing there, if you stomp on that, you can also go into the well. So yeah, that's kind of what you gotta know to start. As mentioned, we'll just see what's going to go on. Enjoy the great atmosphere of this game. The nice look as far as it, because it does look great for Saturn, because we're talking off screen that Saturn was not a 3D machine. So the fact that this looks as good on Saturn as it does, running 3D on it, is pretty impressive, specifically. Yeah, but that's the other thing also when it comes to these controls. When you are at a stance and you got to turn around, he does a wide turn around. So you might want to use that reverse thing, or use D-pad. There's going to be a learning curve in these controls, I'm not going to lie to you. But there definitely is some interesting stuff, for sure. I mean, fine, we can go into that then, is that the idea of it aging poorly. I don't know. I mean, Nocturne, we'll get your answer on this as you go along, no question, but what's up?
Oh, I'm just figuring out, okay, I guess that's a platform that'll take me back up?
Yes, it will. I'm basically going to pretty much scour the levels, but yeah, we can go into that as far as the idea of, like, has this game necessarily aged well, and also, for that matter, what's it aged well on? Whoa. Yeah, but that's alright as far as one thing to mention, though. Oh, yeah, you do have a hang-on. Hit up on the analog stick to pull yourself up. Oh, okay, I'm glad I got to show that. And the heart is an extra life. Boom. And there's another Gobbo. It's worth pointing out, they will save if you die, but if you get a game over on a level, you do have to restart the level to get them again. But the levels are not huge. We'll go on that as far as how they designed this, as far as what it is. And you also have your side step. You want to slowly shimmy left and right to like line yourself up for jump. So it is the old Tomb Raider controls a little bit. So you do have to be kind of in line with that.
Shit.
But the good news is also, it feasibly is a transport over here, and you did get that Gobbo already, even though you died, you still have him.
Yep.
And hit the start button, you also can see how many Gobbos you've gotten so far on the level. As far as the number of them, we'll come back to that as far as going for the 100% perspective.
Alright. So, I think I'll be satisfied with that for now.
No, yeah, absolutely, I get that.
I mean, like I said, I've never played this game before.
What are you thinking as far as... I know it's very early for me to ask that question, but what are we thinking as far as very first impressions, like picking up the controller for basically the first time now?
Well, so far, I mean, it does seem pretty solid. It's a little weird with how he kind of makes such a wide turn.
Yeah, that's something specifically that I've understood, and yeah, there's definitely going to be cases where you do have to kind of get in line with that. So I get that idea of maybe like the idea like how well is this game aged? Fine. We're also in a case that we haven't played it. Fine. Even in my case, I didn't play it until 2007, and the copy I had it sort of worked for a while, and that didn't, and that definitely doesn't work now. But so I'll have to get another one. And also hearing the music changing in between areas, which is definitely interesting as far as how that is, and going to stuff with the music as we go. Because it's good stuff, and also is a little different than it is on well, fine, it's a little different on Saturn than it is on PlayStation, as far as some of the aspects of the compositions. It's definitely interesting as far as how it is. You have a nice playful, bouncy case as far as your nice, crocodile-ish platforming game. Also, yeah, it is worth pointing out the music does loop. Fine, it does fade out pretty quickly a little bit. I don't know if that is on PlayStation. Anyway, in chat, as it was played this on PlayStation, feel free to go into that or anything else you got as far as what we're seeing so far. It is good music, though. I said probably in between levels, I'll talk about stuff as far as we get the music and other information about the background of making this game, because it's kind of fascinating, kind of going into some of this stuff. It's worth pointing out one other thing, which is that the gong over there, you hit that, you end the level, but it's also pointing out that if you got all of the 5 gems on the other side, there's the gem door. But for the time being, it's your choice how you want to handle that specifically. And also like, hey, there's the Gobbo there, do you want to go get him? And then also the well over there. See what's in there.
Yeah, oh, I'm definitely going down the well.
Okay. Of course, yeah, getting a sense of that Gobbo over there. You're also doing the smart thing of trying to hit him, but unfortunately, he's invincible.
Oh.
I tried it too, but also you were smart, so like, I'm gonna kind of stay out of the way that way, so you're playing it way less recklessly than I did when I was doing my test. And also, definitely getting onto the anthill a little bit here. Yeah, I am seeing, I think you're really adjusting kind of quickly the sense of kind of how this game operates. Sometimes that can be a tough thing. Especially for me, as far as how it is. So that's the idea. But, ooh, yeah,
like,
careful
it's
there.
definitely archaic compared to a lot of modern games, but I wouldn't say it's badly archaic.
Okay, I guess also...
so far.
Yeah, I mean, also, it'll probably worth pointing out at some point, questioning this against other games like this at the time. Because... There you go, good job.
There's the lift.
Yep. Which is the right terminology, because remember, we're playing a game from England, so fair enough. Yeah, there you go. We planned the show, I swear to God, as far as how it is. Well, you are. I think you're playing this game right way as far as saying, okay, get this set up. Oh, happy streaming. Hi, Tony Shimurda. It's welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. We're playing Croc with the Gobbos on Saturn. Or Nocturne is specifically as far as playing. It's so good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to go at Memories Full on Croc if you played this one. It's on PlayStation and Saturn and PC. And there's another one on Game Boy Color that is not porting this directly, but of course, there you go. You got run through.
Yep, there's a game over.
Yeah, but good news is you do have infinite continue, so if you just hit start, you'll be set. But it is worth pointing out when you go as far as that, you do have to start the level over and anything collected is gone. So you'll have to go through that as it is. But that's the other thing here is that Nocturne here has not played this game before, and I've barely played this game too, in all honesty. So that would be my case too. So, yeah, we're going to have a bit of fun with this one, a bit of a relaxing time. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to go into anything you got on this or anything else, and welcome to the show. Actually, we got a really active crowd on this one tonight. I guess people are excited seeing Croc, I would think. Which goes against what you said, which is that this is a game that you knew the name at least, and there are people in chat who I believe played this, or definitely played this. I know there are people in chat who played this game, no question.
I think I killed it on the way down.
You did. That was really impressive. Next time I do a feats compilation video, it'll go in there. I should do another one feasibly as it is. I mean, I had a bunch of them in the last one we did, but that's another good one. Cause yeah, I did see videos as far as just like people killing that thing as far as in midair, but not like that. There you go. Your awesome skill as far as that is like. Even if you come to a game the first time, sometimes you pull off great things that make it really interesting to watch. And like, oh yeah, I did that, and I have it on video to prove it. So there you go. That's fine.
Collect-a-thon, there's plenty of things to
come back for.
Yeah.
And also cases where fine, you'll be able to get hidden stuff by coming back. And you can come back to any level. It's worth pointing out. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, Nocturne. When I was doing the audio test on this one, I was looking left and right on the map screen. I said, wait a minute, I can't go back to the previous level. And I was like, wait, no, is that right? And then I realized, oh wait, you hit the L and R button. So, if don't be nervous if you get to, the end of the... You go to the map screen, it's like, I want to go back in this level and do something. This level or any other one. It's like, I can't go back. But yeah, just hit those L and R buttons and you can scroll between any levels you want. And there are hidden levels that come about by rescuing all of the Gobbos. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as far as how that is. And I'm going to also think this is feasibly maybe going to be a little easier in some ways, I guess, perhaps, maybe not in others, to what I'm going to be doing starting in a month, which is the play of Super Mario Sunshine. I'm almost done as far as what it is, and actually a lot of people in chat have been collaborating with me for the prep of that, of doing, yeah, all I have left now is I'm just getting the rest of the blue coins, and then we just go up and get all 120 shines. You're not going to want to miss that play, just like you're not want to miss our play, of course, of Croc tonight and for each month. We'll keep coming back to it each month, or each month until we finish it. And already I'm having a great time. A nice grab on that. Yeah, unfortunately though, yeah, those assholes do kind of sort of blindside you. But yeah, you go, just tail whip and they'll be gone.
I'm not gonna bother going for the other crystals on the platforms.
Right, fair enough.
Right now.
Fair enough. Actually, the thing about that I also asked is, to myself, is that do you need to get all those crystals to get a full completion? The answer is you do not. When you're done, run over and hit the gong. And that takes you your way out. And any of the crystals you picked up, they go in that little bag there, and every 100 of them you get an extra life. And then the Gobbos go into that bag. It's like a little travel bag, specifically. I like that look as far as how that is.
And now we save.
Yeah, and you can save after every level, so that's the other thing, is when you're on the map screen, you can go down and save any time, so feel free to take advantage of that. And if you're on multiple saves, go ahead, because I also have tons of space on memory card, specifically. I think I told this story before, but I'll tell it with you specifically. I kind of took a risk getting that memory card, because that, believe it or not, the memory card costs a lot of money for Saturn. I found these for like $100, specifically. I found one that was $60. They said, we never tested it. I said, usually on eBay, you would think like, oh, I don't want to take a risk or something like that. But I said, you know, for $60 so I can make sure that I can have a save thing going on this specifically, I said, let me do this. And it worked like a charm. And actually, it's worth pointing out also, that cartridge slot, it's weird. I don't think it's apparently designed well for Saturn in the sense that they usually say, I think even Sega was saying, usually sometimes it's weird how it reads it, or if it doesn't read something like that. And the question, maybe don't always take things out, but fine. We're going to have to do that for the purpose of having stuff set for this game, so I'm fine with it. And also, as I mentioned, my Saturn has the ability to play Japanese imports on it, well, just like hers does. We just come about a different way. She has the Game Shark for it to get that going. I have the modded console.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Game Shark that I have doesn't have any onboard storage for game saves, even though the menu claims it does, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, it does, because we've shown it a couple times, some of the games we've shown on Saturn, or some of the ones you've been involved in. And it's also sometimes worth pointing that out, because there's some games where the save is so large that the internal storage cannot save them. Hexen. You played it on N64, if I remember correctly, but on Saturn, yeah, you better have a memory card, otherwise there's no way in hell you're saving that. And I've heard it's a not bad port on Saturn, although if we play it, we're going to play it on N64, because I have it on N64 as well. And it is an interesting one. In fact, you're kind of the one who got me into Hexen more. Like, I had this, she was like, what is this Hexen? You played it, and you kind of were playing it for quite a bit of time. You get pretty far. And that's not an easy game if Chad, you've ever played Hexen before. Kind of, I guess, sort of era. This actually fine. It was on Saturn, PlayStation, and Nintendo 64 same year as this, 1997. Definitely a great year as far as gaming, as far as a lot of stuff that the game around.
I missed.
Yeah. Oh, I missed! Like, fine, that's Wario, that's not, fine, he's not, I was gonna say Yoshi, but fine. He was Yoshi, eventually, or at one point, but no, it's Croc.
Is the butterfly something I can...
Collect? I don't know. I don't think so, but yeah, don't take my word for it, I don't know. And Chad, if you know, as far as how that is, go ahead, but it also is a great site, something to see as far as the nice thing with the butterfly.
I think probably not at this point. I'm pretty sure I've collided with the butterfly a couple times.
Sure, no, I get that. It'd be really interesting if it was, but fine, we'll figure out eventually if it is, as far as going 100% on this, as you're going underground again. You get this great jazzy music going on, and there is the Gobbo in the cage.
I'm assuming I probably need a key of some kind.
Yeah, the key will be around as far as where that is. Actually, while you're doing this, is now a good time to talk about the music as far as who did it.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, the music was done by 3 people specifically. It was done by Karen Griffin, who worked on this game's sequel, Croc 2, which is on PlayStation and PC. She also did the music for Alien Odyssey, the game based on The Emperor's New Groove on the PlayStation. I've always heard really good things about that one as far as PlayStation 1 Disney games are concerned. Bionicle on the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. Malice on the PS2 and Xbox. And also did the lead audio on the DS version of a game I want to show up on the PS2 at some point, Cartoon Network Racing. Also, music by Martin Gwynn Jones, did music for Ren and Stimpy Fire Dogs on Super Nintendo. FX Fighter, which was actually a Super FX game as far as Super Nintendo was concerned. Creature Shock, which is on the PC. And Scooby-Doo Mystery on Super Nintendo, which actually I have a lot of familiarity with that one. I might show that's kind of interesting for stuff. And it's totally different on Genesis. It's not the same game whatsoever. And then also by Justin Scarbona, who did the music for Lemmings on the Atari ST, as well as another Super FX game, Vortex, on Super Nintendo, as well as SWAT Global Strike Team, King Arthur's World on Super Nintendo, did the music and cutscene audio on Battalion Wars on the GameCube, and also music of Buck Bumble on N64, which, you ever play Buck Bumble?
No, I haven't.
Okay, it came out a year after this one. Edwag is familiar with this game. It is a flight shooting game of sorts, from a 3D perspective, kind of like this, but you have like a bee you're playing as, who's like this really kind of hardcore bee. The opening title screen of that music is this kind of, I don't know, European rap techno thing to itself. It's really interesting. and crazy. And I also remember the TV commercials. I'll talk about my experience also with commercials on this thing. Oh, you want to go get the balloon?
How do I get that?
Yeah, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine right now, but yeah, she'll find a way, don't worry. But going back quickly on the thing with Buck Bumble, I remember seeing the TV commercial of this game. I was like, how do they market this game specifically? They basically show the idea of like this little spider going up, and they start saying, "The itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout," and then usually it's down came the rain and washed the spider out. But he says, "Then came Buck Bumble who wiped the spider out," and then they just show like this heavy guitar music, like this shooting game of the bee. It's like, okay, it's kind of amazing. Talk about 90s as hell marketing.
So I think I broke the crate that lets me get the key.
You think, dude? Did you? I don't know. Was the key up there?
Yeah, I did see the key, but I couldn't get to it from the other crate.
Okay. I mean, I'm also trying to remember, does it respawn when you leave area like this?
That's what I'm checking.
Okay.
No, it does not.
Okay.
So I'll need to come back to get that one.
I mean, the good news, I guess, with this game is, in a lot of ways, the levels are kind of small. And that was done by design, because they said, hey, they wanted to... Yeah, I'll go on this now since that came up. Actually, here's the thing about the way this game was designed, which is kind of interesting. We talk about the idea, like, how was the game developed? This game was developed in, like, a proprietary basic language, pretty much, that Argonaut invented. It was called the Argonaut Strategic Language, and they used a DOS-based level editor called Croc for the purpose of putting this stuff together for the purpose of the engine, which they then would use in other games, specifically, like Alien Resurrection on the PlayStation and some other ones. But they also were saying, hey, when it came to this, for the levels, they kind of wanted to make sure that they wouldn't have concerns with depth perception, which is ironic when you consider the idea of doing stuff with the jumps there. But nice grab. No. But also, what's going on?
That's it for the gems, basically.
Well, it's worth pointing out one thing. It's for those collectible gems, as far as the ones that will eventually give you lives. But the ones that go in that door there, I don't believe it takes those away.
No, it doesn't. It's from what it looks like.
Okay. So at the very least, there's that to go in. But they also, as far as the way they designed this, you get into the Gobbo, they basically wanted them to be kind of smaller because they wanted to make sure that, hey, the hardware would be able to handle this. Because, as you mentioned, it was PlayStation and Saturn that they did this. And they wanted to make sure that everything would be able to, I guess, not tank the game as far as how it's running specifically. So actually, in a weird way, they're very economical with how they set this up. Even as far as the music, they had to compress the music, I believe, on every version. More on this one than on PlayStation. But either way, I think they just had to, I think they said, in order to even fit it on one disc and not make it two, they said they had to compress the music down to 4:1 as far as how they ratioed that. Which is kind of interesting as far as how they were kind of doing it, and goes to what Darth Logue was saying earlier, the idea that Argonaut worked on some interesting stuff. They worked on Super Effects chip, and the idea that when you think about it, they were really interesting developers when it came to kind of this understanding of some of the tech they were doing. Even as I mentioned, the fact they hacked the Game Boy basically, and then said, by the way, Nintendo, we hacked your thing. Maybe there's a better way of this, and said, that's amazing. Come work with us. And from that came their great career. And games that I think people do remember this, specifically as far as this, but not just this one. But especially, you think because think about this. When Mario 64 came out, platforming games like this were a dime a dozen, and the thought that, hey, there are going to be so many, how are they going to stand out? And even without the big name, Croc did kind of stand out, I think, by being, in a way, we talked about this before. What's up?
Okay, the gems up there are taunting me.
Oh, right. Actually, I didn't even see those. I was doing my test. Unless there's a way to get up for those gems, I'm not sure. Or if you get power-ups going on in this game. I don't know. Feasibly. So in some ways, we're kind of both going blind on this one, as it is. But fine, that just goes to a case of something like this. Yeah, you want to get everything you can in the game. Yeah, how are you going to go about that? Do you have to come back? I don't know how backtracking in this game works necessarily, in the sense of, is it necessarily pervasive the way it is in other stuff like Banjo-Tooie or Donkey Kong 64 or something like that. Yeah, I don't know specifically. So yeah, there is where you are, although... Okay, I don't know.
There's a door over there.
Yeah, you're right.
That might be it. Maybe that's accessed through the
gem door?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, because either that or it'd be like, hey, there's gonna be like an invisible pathway, but it's like, yeah, you might not know like first looking at it, but sometimes the idea that, so in that case, I think you made a good choice saying, let's blind look at this game, because in some ways the idea that you look at something with this, and then you think, okay, here's something interesting, how do I get there? And then your mind kind of goes off seeing, what do I do, where do I go, and kind of find that aha moment. Which I think goes to what you're saying, if you want to go into this as well, why you said specifically you wanted to do this game as a blind run. Because I think you were telling me earlier today, you were saying, hey, I honestly can't remember the last time I played a game pretty much fresh.
Yeah, right? A proper blind run.
Right. Yeah. What else? Yeah. What else about that? I mean, do you remember then when the last time you might have done that? What the game was?
Many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like in my adult life, I've mainly I've almost always made sure that I'll actually like the game that I'm about to get before I actually get it, unless it's something I know I'm going to like.
Or I guess, I don't know, maybe a case of, I don't know, if you get a game free or something, because I know you've had cases like that on the PlayStation consoles, or you get as a gift and you never played it, or I don't know, maybe you, if say you were like, I don't know, rent a game in a way, as far as what renting games is today is kind of a tough thing. Or if you use something like, I don't know, Game Pass or PlayStation Plus Premium, or I don't know, maybe even like Switch Online for when they have like the game trial thing. Get a sense of, hey, what's this game? Let me play it. And then in a way, getting a sense of what is a blind look at a game that way, you know?
Yeah.
That was nice as far as the back jump, yeah. Say how many gems you get.
Yeah, I only know where the green one and the blue one are.
Okay, yeah, I honestly don't know many about where anything else is, and honestly, I'm not seeing anywhere as far as, because yeah, you saw at the beginning of the level, hey, you know, jumping up higher for stuff. Yeah, outside of that, I don't know necessarily where it is. Yeah, it's your choice also if you do want to keep looking around for it as well. And as I said, it's also worth pointing one thing out when it comes to the idea of, you know, blind running a game. For our show, it really doesn't matter because, hey, we can just talk about stuff and talk to what you're saying with your experiences of other games, playing games the first time, blind plays, what you're thinking about this game, looking at it. So it's never going to be a case where, yeah, like, get to the point. Like, we're getting to the point and we're having points going along the whole way.
Yeah, like, I would sometimes get games that I never heard of when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, parents would get me a game and I would be like, what's this? And start playing it. In fact, I'm pretty sure Banjo-Kazooie was like that for me.
Really? Okay. Yeah, because we're going to play that game eventually for the show. Ed Wack called dibs on that one. Yeah, but that's kind of what brought you to that one, as an example?
Yeah, well, like, I knew of it, and, like, I had seen the commercials and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I'm pretty sure that my first time playing that game, I had no idea what I was getting into.
Sure. I mean, and that's something interesting when you think about that. And I guess then that was a case where you came to it and you really liked it, I would assume.
Oh, yeah, I enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, but sometimes I guess that'd be kind of a little bit of a question. The idea, if you come to a game first time without having seen much, what you're necessarily going to think about it. Although, that's been interesting also when it comes to the show, for me anyway, because I know that there's been cases where chat's been mentioning stuff, where they said, hey, you know, there's stuff I'd like to see you play, because, like, I love this game, I get the sense people don't remember it, and I've sometimes said, yeah, no problem, we'll definitely take a look at it, and I've bought games on the cases of what chat said, even with cases with me not having much experience with them. Actually, probably the two that come to the top of my mind specifically would be... What's up?
Started the level without saving.
It's worth pointing out, though, thank you for doing that, because if you do... Is this a level you already completed?
No.
Okay, by the way, if it is you might be able to do it on this level. You hit the start button, and if you hit the B button, if you quit, you go out to the menu.
Like the stage select menu?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, I believe so. That's what I remember doing when I did my test. Once it goes back to the main screen... Okay, good, it does. Thank God. I was like, I don't know, is it going to be going back to the title screen?
I mean, I would only lose one stage worth of progress.
I guess so, but still that idea. I mean, But as I was saying, the idea that when it comes to games that Chad has recommended to me, there was stuff I never really saw myself before. Like, Bomberman World, that was one of them, which you were in when I was doing practice before we did that. And, Top Gear for Super Nintendo. Those are cases where I hadn't really seen those games much either, and I played them before we did the show because I said, hey, I want to at least show a sense of it. Unless Chat, here's one other thing, I'll say this, Chat. If you ever want to see us blind play a game that you're asking for, feel free to tell us, hey, I want to see you just blind play this just because of it, and we'll blind play it just for the purpose of that. Whenever I get a request, it's usually never in a case of saying, like, oh, by the way, blind play this. I just want to make sure I'm showing the respect to the game that way, in the sense that if somebody's asking for it, like, you love this game, I want to show that love of the game. And in this case, like, fine, this is Nocturne's perspective, and then saying that I want to do it this way. It's like, okay, great, I think we can have that room to kind of show that.
Like, I think
go,
this would be a great way for me to finally get around to playing Croc, because, it's been like I said, it's been a long time since I've done a blind play.
Right, I mean, and I guess, I don't know, it's worth pointing out with this, there is more slowdown, it's worth pointing out on this than on PlayStation.
Walking.
Well, there is, okay, fine, there is more slowdown though in this version, that's true. Not much. And again, given what Saturn was capable of with 3D, the fact this is running as well as it is kind of a miracle when you really think about it. And actually, I didn't even see this when I was doing my test, so alright. There you go, you have like the buttons on the side. Actually, I guess that is kind of like the Super Mario 64 thing in Hazy Maze Cave. Specifically. I guess with this game, the idea of like blind playing this game, is it because of genre? Is it because it's something you've had you want to play for a while? What specifically would make you say like this one in particular, would you say, Nocturne?
Well, it's just I've been dragging my feet on actually getting around to play it.
Okay.
So.
And I guess would it be the genre is why you said like, hey, I can blind play this as opposed to maybe something else? Because I know we talked your element of genre in this program before.
Yeah, like, it just seemed like something that would, it just seemed like the kind of thing that would be fun.
No, yeah, absolutely. And something, I guess, relaxing, too, to a certain extent. I mean, fine, the control thing, that's one thing, although I don't know if I necessarily say that this game is not relaxing, even the idea, like, hey, you know, it could be specific with your jumps. And fine, I guess if you really also want to talk about platforming games of this era where question the controls, I mean, there are definitely other cases where there are games of this era that have played way worse than this, also a shell game, so.
Uh-huh.
Where's the Gobbo?
I think it's this one.
He chose wisely. Yeah, like, I'll say this, I've sometimes gotten good at watching the shell game. That was the case when Mario Party came out, the first one. It's like following where those shells go, and they kind of go in the circle, and then like shooting in different directions.
I've always been really good at following shell games.
Uh-huh. Actually, I'm trying to remember, have we shown a game with a shell game on this show yet?
Yeah.
I don't know, honestly. Chat, do you remember if we have? I'll probably put an edit down if I can find out what game we have going.
Yeah, like, well, shell games where the shell game doesn't cheat.
Right, what's the case where it does? Is it?
Well, basically where there's no correct answer.
Oh, right. Oh, it's like 3-card Monty. It was like, hey, you know, they're all you know, black. Yeah, I'm thinking like The Simpsons, where he's like, you have to be careful around these dangerous neighborhoods. 3-card Monty. Woohoo! Free money! Then he's like, no, he gets it wrong. He's like, wait a minute. He turns them all over. Yeah, so you do have block pushing, it's worth pointing out in this game. Yeah, so he's getting in touch with his inner Link or Lara Croft. Which I guess goes to some of the marketing of this game when it came out, because fine, as I mentioned, the idea of, like, nice job of stomping him into oblivion.
They just don't look like I'm supposed to attack them from the front.
I mean, actually I don't know, I mean, maybe you can, but it's sometimes hard. Fine, they said we wanted to develop this so we wouldn't have a depth perception problem with people, but it's like, well, I don't know, sometimes it's hard to do that, but you're actually doing it really well just on your first look at this. Because the aspects of the market I was saying, because, yeah, with Lara Croft, I don't know, I mean, my experience, as I mentioned, was, I bought this game in 2007, but beforehand I used to see magazine articles this all the time, and the advertisements, and one of them that showed was he's running lunch. It's how did Croc find his competition? And then they show the silhouettes of Crash Bandicoot, Mario, and Lara Croft from Tomb Raider. And then they cut to the next page, and it says, delicious, and he's on the ground with a toothpick in his mouth, as if inferring that he ate them alive. So I was like, okay, that was kind of interesting as far as, like, the idea of marketing of a game in the 1990s.
Okay, I'm going to get the camera reset, and hopefully the pushable block will reset, too.
I think it does. Of what I did on my test. It's worth pointing out I tested the first 5-6 levels in this game, as far as in this world. So I do remember, I believe that happened. So you should be set for the purpose of it.
Yep, it does. Oh wait, was there something up that way?
I believe that, fine, that platform did rise specifically.
Oh yeah, it does.
You probably can grab it at least, or if not, you can at least push the block to get closer. There you go.
There's one of those balloons, so I can see what that's about. Oh.
It takes you down, and then it pops. Yeah, sometimes it will take you to certain areas, and then the idea is that then it'll pop when it comes down. Actually, that balloon's reminding me of two things. It's reminding me of Donkey Kong 64 because of the fact that the bananas in the balloons with the bananas in them, which that's gonna be fun when I do that game, and I'm gonna be on handle in that game, and going 100%. We're doing Mario Sunshine first, as it is for the purpose of that, and also a game I know you and I played growing up, Barney's Hide and Seek game for the Sega Genesis. Because fine, he rides the balloon, although in that case. It's like, yeah, just ride it down, you'll be setting a good job as far as going in the door. You just ride that balloon down, specifically, like, yeah, don't worry, you'll be totally safe, even to the point where he openly says that. Ooh. Yeah, speaking of Banjo-Kazooie, I'm thinking that's like the, what was those things that come out of the holes in Clanker's Cavern? And those are those damn birds in Click Clock Wood. As far as that, like, oh yeah, right, those things.
Okay, so I can get up on that one. If I break this thing.
Well, that's good also in that case, because then you get some gems to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Actually, in all honesty, to go into the thing as far as the idea, like, 100 of these getting you life when you bank them, in some ways, maybe it doesn't matter because you have infinite continues a little bit. I mean, fine, yes, it docks you as far as the idea that in the level you don't have the Gobbos or anything you collected anymore, but maybe it doesn't really matter. And you can find lives in the level anyway.
Yeah, game over seems to be a bit of a slap on the wrist.
Which I guess is a good thing. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think of that? Do you think that's a good idea, or what do you?
Yeah,
what's your take
absolutely.
on that? Oh, you're jumping on it. Okay, I never saw that happen before. Awesome. Maybe you can't get in there then.
Well, I keep missing the Gobbo. Because of the weird turning radius.
Yeah, that is the weird thing as far as like the way the turn is. And it is worth pointing out also one thing. This game does use the analog controls for Saturn, and it does also on PlayStation. But they did say that they designed... Nice dodge. They did... What's up?
Yeah, I think I'm not going to take my chances with trying to get in... actually, wait. I wonder if I can stomp it.
Yeah, maybe, because you did jump in the hole and it was you were bouncing.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, if you do stomp it, you should be okay.
Croc?
Yeah, like, yeah, you have to, get Croc's element going specifically. So I think that's what people were talking about. Even the reviewers who really like this game said, yeah, you gotta get used to the controls. And honestly, even Argonaut said, by the way... and Doctor just deflated. Yeah, that's also being fun as far as that aspect too. But I was gonna say the thing with the controls, even though it does have analog control support, they did say they designed it. I guess they said Saturn was the base version as far as they designed this, and they said they designed it around the D-pad. So if you do want to swap between D-pads, flipping that switch on the 3D controller, you can do that. But then again, getting used to how it's running with the stick maybe is better, you know. Because you get your running going on when it goes.
Okay, with D-pad, up is actually forward in whatever direction he's facing.
So it's like Resident Evil a little bit, because that's how Resident Evil works in the sense that forward is always up, or up is always moving forward. So it's almost like a tank control. Actually, because what I also understood as far as running the D-pad, when you hit down when you're facing forward on the analog stick, you'll basically do that wide berth around, whereas on D-pad you don't do that. You basically walk backwards. So in that case, it's like Tomb Raider. And also Resident Evil, I guess, a little bit, sort of. Yeah, both franchises we've not touched on this program yet. Yeah, okay, we haven't touched Resident Evil, you're right. Oh, nice. As I find, Croc's having the time of his life, you know, just bouncing that way. I like seeing that. And the great cartoony sound effects. Not sure you deserve that as far as all the hell that the thing put you through. Yeah, just stay down there. Let Croc have his fun time. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Because there's a part in one of the hidden doors from the first level where that not Jello down there. You basically bounce on it. When you do stomp on it, you do go a little higher. Or I always think of the brand gelatin from the Fairly Odd Parents, who says, "Now how am I?" And I put some broccoli in it so it's healthy. And look, no matter how much it jiggles, the broccoli stays safely in place. Yeah, but there's no broccoli as far as this game. Alright, well, good job showing that thing what's what.
Croc.
That was weird as far as like the kind of climb on the side. As far as it, I don't know. What do you think of these weird quirks? I mean, I don't know how frustrating it is necessarily to you or not.
Not especially.
Okay.
It's just a learning curve as far as I'm concerned.
Right, because I mean, I guess that's maybe the thought when it comes to something like this. Because I was mentioning earlier, there's other platform games on PlayStation and Saturn era, especially on PlayStation, that had cases where the controls are like really bad, where they're insanely frustrating. One example, I haven't played this, but I've always heard the story about this. You're familiar with Rascal?
Nope, never heard of it.
It was developed by Traveler's Tales. The people made the Lego games. They made Sonic 3D Blast, which we'll come back to at some point for the Genesis version with her, because she loves it on that. And also they made Mickey Mania. They actually, interesting enough with that game, they were in development with Jim Henson's workshop with that game for the character designs. Looks interesting as far as that, and it is interesting with what it does, but the controls are like, they're like Resident Evil, but it's like worse than Resident Evil in the sense that it feels like your tank controlling this game, the way the cameras are working, it's never cooperating with you. Whereas at least in this game, it seems like there's some semblance of being able to manage it, at least. So it's like, fine. Compared to Rascal, yeah, this is way better. From what I've understood, but I've never played Rascal. That being said, if you do want to see Rascal for the program, you know the word, I'll show it. I don't care. And I'd be curious just to see, like, what is this thing? Because at first I always saw the commercials for that one, I said, it doesn't look too bad. And then they said, no, it's when you play it. That's when the problems start.
Alright, I wonder if I had kept that key, if I would be able to get this one.
I don't know. I mean, maybe there's more than one. I mean, Chad, maybe, if you know, feel free to go into that. That's a fair enough idea, too. Yes, your guess is as good as mine as far as that. Alright, there's the fifth one. So yeah, you can show the gem door now. You get all 5 of those, you find the 5 gem door over there, you can go in.
Alright.
And it's satisfying to see them go in the triangle, or in the star like that. Alright. I was wondering if this is going to be a shell game thing too when you hit the button, but we'll see. Okay, I guess... They just time it when the sheep are in the hall. Yeah, this is pretty...
I wonder if this is more of a follow the pattern thing.
That's a really long pattern,
yeah.
If that's what it is. Okay, fine, that's also one. Okay, yeah, I don't know. What did that do?
I have no clue.
Okay, or maybe you have to hit all of them, or at least hit all of them once. I don't know. But there is, like, the bouncy thing in there. Yeah, and I think this came out like a year before Spyro the Dragon did, because Spyro was having his fun with the sheep as far as burning them. This one, I guess you're just pressing a button to stomp them down, I guess. Also, it's worth, by the way, pointing out, when you do go into those doors, there is the gong to lead to the level, but it's also... Oh, there's a key right there. But it's worth pointing out, it's not like something like Super Mario World or something like that, where when you go to the other area, that's like it's separate exits. It's the same exit, it's just the idea that you go in there and get that, but at least you get the gobbo. So we found the other key that way.
Yep. So the gold key was specifically to get into the one special door back in the previous room.
And I guess that goes to the idea that, okay, they designed this pretty well, in the sense of like thinking like, oh, it's just you have to hold the one key, but like, okay, no. Although, as I mentioned, that's not necessarily to say that, oh yeah, Argonaut, even though they've had their skill with certain things, that means that they're necessarily bulletproof, although from what I understand, actually, the game I've understood that's not bulletproof with is Aladdin and Nashir's Revenge. I don't know if you ever played that. It was on PlayStation. I think it was intended to be, I don't know if it was that or the Aladdin the King of Thieves movie, or maybe both. It was like the series finale of the TV show, I think. But they did have the game as far as it. And it ran on the same engine as this, but from what I understand, they had problems with how it was running as you get into a boss level. Lair of the Feeble. And these boss levels we're pointing out, the level layouts are different on PlayStation than they are here, and you'll see a little bit as we have a little bit of cutscene. As there is Baron Dante again. Again, that weird guy walking around. Alright, so yeah, we are here. It's worth pointing out below there is the bottomless pit. And that platform there, you walk on that and it will swirl around, and basically you can use it to aim to go to different directions. And it's also worth pointing out, I don't believe there are any goblins on this level. I don't think there are. There weren't when I did the test of this. Actually, this is the last level that I ran before I stopped.
Whoops.
So after that, it's all blind to me.
Oh, I see.
I kind of like the way the swivel works on this specifically.
Yeah, it's an interesting take on that kind of platform.
You just have to make sure to get back to that platform specifically.
Whoop. And then I jump into the pit.
It's not easy though, and I think you're showing that. Also, I guess, yeah, kind of the minimalistic thing of him looking to the sunset, looking down, saying like... Actually, I don't know if Croc's thing, like... Oh, what happened? Is it... Wait, why to go back to the title screen?
Not sure.
Okay, I guess load game.
I did save, so...
Okay, let me... Actually, I don't know, do you want to go back to load game?
Wait.
Actually, no, you can load from there, I think, can't you? Or no, you can't. So go to quit game. Let me look at that, because I don't know what that's about. Because I thought you had unlimited lives in this game. Maybe you don't. Let's see. When I did my tests on this, it was unlimited. I just kept hitting start. So let me see. I do have the manual here. I also have a link list item of the manual just to get a sense. Fine, I guess even if you have a case where you can't continue more, I would think it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter in one sense, in that you would be able to, I guess, continue from here. Although I hope it's not like Rayman, where you play Rayman.
I might have been I might have pushed a different button.
Okay. Yeah, let me just take a look at that, make sure to see what's going on when it says if you get a game over. Do you have to hit... But that's weird. Usually, because I've seen cases that when you get game overs in games where, hey, if you hit the button, you speed through the game over thing, and then you just don't continue. But then in other cases, it's that I've never had a case. I don't know. Have you ever played a game where? Fine, we'll find out what this is whenever you get a game over again. Just for the idea that where if you press any button aside from like the button you need to hit, like start, that it says like, oh, by the way, it's a game over. I can't think of a game that's done that. And I'm not seeing anything in the manual where it's saying that... Actually, anything about game overs. Let's see.
Whoops. I got the one up, but then jumped into the abyss.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about that. But fine, when I did my test, every time I hit start, it let me continue, and I died a lot too when I was doing that, because I just want to make sure that, hey, am I understanding this enough as we go?
Okay, that does not respawn.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Yeah, it's not saying anything about, being limited with continues. I mean, we'll find out more as it is, if it actually is or it actually isn't. Yeah, I think you're getting accustomed to this way quicker than I did, honestly.
I mean, I'm still pretty clumsy with it, but
maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's it. It is to a certain extent. This is where actually this is a unique area that's not in the PlayStation version, but you do notice slowdown here quite a bit. Although again, because Saturn with 3D, the fact it's running like this, I don't know. I mean, I can show you stuff on Saturn. Like, how do they think this is something you could release in a condition that they had it? Like the game based on Congo. But, yeah, this is nothing compared to that, but it is a bit slower. Yeah, you are timing it specifically, so yeah, they'll stand no chance to your mighty tail. There you go, I like that. I don't remember, is there a character who's ever said eat tail?
Don't know.
I'll have it edit down here if there is, or chat if you know if there's a character. I know there's, Earthworm Jim has said eat cow and eat dirt before, but like, I don't know, I'm not sure if he would said eat tail. Alright, here's Feeble, by the way, he's the boss here. I at least tell you how he works as far as the fight. Yeah, he'll stop like that. When he stops like that, tail whip him. Do that thrice and you win. And after this, you're on your own because I don't know anything else as far as this. It also seems like sometimes it's random, like, hey, when he'll do it. Because I kind of had him running a lot as far as what this is, but also some cases like where sometimes it's like, hey, you have to get kind of close to make him do it. But then it's cases where, fine, he kind of just running around that way. And then he would, okay, fine, kind of do it, like stumble like that. But okay, you're handling way better than I did. Fine, it goes like the story I told last week as far as you, because we were playing Daytona USA last week, and I do have to go, I want to go into the elephant in the room when it came to the stuff with the audio problems I had last week, because I know I went into the edits on that. But I mentioned, like, hey, the first time you ever played Daytona USA, where I said, we went to a Dave & Buster's and said, you're going to play this game, you should, it's really good, and you got him, good job. But I said, you picked up that game really quickly, beating me on your first play of it, so I think in this case, I was showing that with the Feeble that way, too. And now he's shrunken down to just a little ducky. Alright, good job, Croc. And off you go. And good job, Nocturne, for sure. Alright, good job.
Alright.
Yeah, the rest of the stuff is going to be blind fully because I haven't tested this part. I just have to do enough tests to get a sense of, what the levels are as you go into the Tumbling Dantini. I'll go into this briefly because I did mention I was going to mention this week's show. I had issues, as I mentioned, I told Nocturne this as well, that for some reason, the mic volume kind of went hissing a little bit for that show. I don't know why it did it. I think it has to do with where I'm living. And it doesn't happen on every show, and it's inconsistent as to when it happens. I don't know if you're hearing it now, honestly, to the point where I'm going to probably pull the mic cable at some point just to make sure of that. Because basically what I'm going to do is, as long as I'm going with that, I'm going to probably pull the mic cable every half an hour or something with that going forward, just to avoid that, because I don't want that hissing drove the hell out of me, or drove me nuts, I should say, when it came to that for myself, but also in case, like, yeah, listen to that, it's awful to hear that, I know. Trust me, I don't feel good about that. So, like, yeah, if I knew that was the case, I'd be fixing it, but I'm going to manage that as much as I can. I did have stuff hardwired. I thought that was I thought that would make it fine. My speed was great as far as the internet. Everything was good as far as I had my mic cable connected. Memory on my PC is fine. So I think it might be just interference I'm getting or something with Twitch, but fine. So we do have a little bit of a downtime. I'm unplugging the mic cable now just because I want to test it. Alright, we're back. I just want to make sure you hear that. Okay, yeah, I did do it on purpose. I'll edit around that feasibly, but I'll do that just the once, because I've never had the problem with the audio stuff when it came to the show. Actually, any of the points where I've Nocturne and I have met up specifically, or actually anybody else I've met up with and like, hey, you know, they haven't come to me specifically, because I mentioned we're a traveling band on this program to a certain extent. So I'll troubleshoot for that. I'm sorry that happened as far as it. I did give a little bit of workaround saying if you have multiple speakers or like left and right speakers, cover the right speaker with a shirt or something. That's what I do when I was editing. It sounded way better. I know it's not ideal, but I'll figure it, as I mentioned, but I just wanted to give that open just to show the idea that, yeah, I knew that was the case. If I didn't know what was happening while the show was going on, that I would have taken some action. Hopefully try and figure that out, but that being said, it's also the case that, fine, I mentioned we have the best channel on Twitch. They've proven it as it is with this game, and with anything, really. They know that we're going to be open as far as with them. When it's like, hey, there's something that's weird as far as this, I'm not going to lie to them. We're going to say as far as what it is, and when it comes to something like that, this has always been, I mentioned this before, this has always been kind of a bit of a journey that I've been on, but also, Nocturne, you've been with me on it. In fact, you were the first guest we had as far as this journey with Super Bowl Game Saturday, but then everybody else, in the sense of, yeah, just kind of trying to figure the idea of, like, what does independent game streaming look like, you know? It definitely is an interesting thing about it. And as I mentioned, Nocturne, you're a big part of that as far as the Super Bowl Game Saturday family, as far as being the first one to be on the show, aside from myself, and everybody as far as people who are in chat and all that stuff. So, yeah, there you go. You're taking down the Dantinis, because he gets Baron Dante. So I don't know if that's the case, like, is that like a Devil May Cry thing, like, years beforehand? Like, fine. Probably not, but either way, that's the idea. It's like, yeah, I don't know, Devil May Cry maybe wasn't this, you know, is it less or more or less hardcore because of stuff with the butterflies and whatever, but yeah, question where to go. Yeah, because you're getting the Dantinis, they're going down. Except that asshole took your crystals away and you must die for it. Or you must eat tail for it, that's going to be the thing of it. I don't think, fine, I've read you can't kill him, but like, I don't know, maybe you can kill him, maybe they were not right. Maybe they were right, I don't know. But either way, and then I guess what is in there as far as grabbing on it? Yeah, fine, you're right there by the tail, and fine, you get hurt by the dirt. I'm gonna say it's kind of bullshit a little bit.
The little enemy that was running around.
Oh, he got you.
Ran into me.
Okay, you have the key. So yeah, what's in here? Because there is the shadow above you.
Yeah, it's a block that I can't reach.
Okay, yeah, because it's worth pointing out when it comes to the camera controls for that, sometimes you can kind of look upwards, kind of tilt the camera up for Croc. But the question of, yeah, where do you go? It seems like there's nowhere to go. This is the beginning of the level. And this game feasibly is beatable as it is. So it's not like a case where the game is, you know, not going to be able to work. Unless, I don't know, that. You saw that, right? It looked like he was doing the hanging animation on the box.
Yeah, and then he kind of failed.
Okay. Okay, so there, alright, there you go. So...
yeah, I'm up here.
That's what that is. Also, just pointing out, if you do ever want me to rock a wiki or something on this, feel free to let me know, because I'm in a stasis mode to be able to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, I am pretty clueless on how to progress.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough that way. It happens as far as it, so that's the benefit as far as something like this. We can get a sense of what's happening and how to get through, unless you see something specifically. Although I guess also kind of bad news when it comes to the walkthroughs of this game, they're all the PlayStation version. There's none of the Saturn version. So, alright, we're going to be breaking perspectives of that anyway.
Maybe, I mean, I bet YouTube would have someone playing the Saturn version.
That's true. Well, let's see something. Okay, so... Alright, so just to get a sense of this, outside you got what? You got the red gem?
Yeah, there was a key and a colored gem.
Okay. Oh, right, I forgot. These are climbing walls. On the sides here, there's the climbing walls right there.
Oh.
Unfortunately, they're really dark. On PlayStation, they're not dark whatsoever. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, fine, so...
That was not obvious at all.
Well, I'll have a picture also what it looks like on PlayStation. Wait, okay, good thing that came up for this reason, because one thing I did notice when it came to this on Saturn and PlayStation, one of the big differences, and Chad, if you want to go into this as far as difference between versions, go ahead. It looks way brighter on PlayStation. It's darkened on Saturn. It's also pointing out that Croc is taller as far as his model on Saturn, whereas shorter on PlayStation. And as I mentioned, that last boss level you were on, you were not... Okay, fine, that's what it is. That room down there is basically, if you fall down there, you go through the door and come back this way.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Because, yeah, as I was saying, as far as this, yeah, it is darker, which is... You think, like, wait, and there was that one area in the last level where it's only on Saturn. So you'd sometimes think, like, wait a second, their games on both PlayStation and Saturn, they're going to be the same, right? But, well, not necessarily. Even as far as something like this. Actually, I think
there is, in fact,
a block. So there might be something in that, feasibly. So fine, you might need to just let the bridge fall. Come down on it and bust it. Oh, there you go, Gobbo. Perfect. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so fine, the game is dark. And, it's worth pointing out, that's not our tech as far as this necessarily, because honestly... No, okay, it's not our tech, because I remember I was looking as far as my television. I mean, yeah, let me tell you, nothing like, okay. Nothing like, you know, playing a game like this on your 58-inch HD TV screen. In my case, the tests...
Okay,
well, I don't know, do you have to walk onto it straight on, which is kind of annoying, I guess. Oh yeah, there you go, you got it, but okay, fine. I was looking at the manual, because the manual just say how to... Wait, what happened?
Rock.
He just fell?
Well, I think he might have gone slightly to the side and then fell off.
Okay. Because I thought the manual did go into this too, as far as climbing rock walls. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, fine, they talk about when we get to swimming, because I guess we're going swimming in this level. And fine, that's the fine. Other benefit is you mentioned, like, hey, you know, a blind case of a game. What happens sometimes you get a blind case of a game? Remember, this is a game that came in an era where instruction manuals existed. Nowadays, with very rare extenuating circumstances, there's no such thing as an instruction manual anymore. And feasibly, you could argue that Banjo-Kazooie killed that. But then again, I don't know if I would argue that necessarily, just the case that, fine, games don't have them anymore, usually speaking. I think it's like, fine, you're getting stuck as far as something like that, look at the manual, maybe there's something in that, or like, tricks for doing things, or mentioned at one point when it came with Sonic 3, the manual of Sonic 3 all but says we did not have time to finish this game, and if you get into a case of, you know, getting stuck in the scenery, reset the game. Which is but they rationalize that by saying, hey, they're traps that Robotnik made to take advantage of speed, and be careful, traps you can't escape. So it's like Kryptonite Fog from Superman on N64, but fine, even a great game like Sonic 3 is doing that. But that being said, the idea that usually look in the manual to kind of get a sense of something, and this one, get a sense of certain things, but not completely. So then it comes to the idea like, hey, you know, you as a gamer, you Nocturne, you, anybody in chat, Darth Loaf to select versus Tony Shimura or Gemini 96, you take a game like this and say, what do I do, you know, going through it to kind of find your way through, and then these will be telling the story as far as other people. As I said, even though GameFAQs only follows on PlayStation, fine, we're also feasibly going to be a walkthrough of the Saturn version. But you're probably right, there's other plays on YouTube. I think of this, but that being said, we're also given ours that way. And seeing what we have going about it. And there you go. Ooh. Okay, you got him. Good job. Oh, great. You got back to the platform. Nice. That was natural gaming reflexes and skills right there, you know. Sometimes it happens, even a game you never played, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think that I've played enough games that I kind of just have some level of gamer instinct.
Well, I guess a quick reaction time, too, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't know, what's your experience as far as like games that have a really quick reaction time that you've run, as far as, or find memories with that, or games you've played recently that are like that? I don't know if you've even been playing games with a quick reaction to much stuff recently. I don't know, is that the case?
It depends on how you interpret the battle systems of Xenoblade 2 and 3.
Okay, then how do you interpret it? Chat, how do you want it?
Well, although with there it's more like timing than it is actual reaction.
Okay. Which is fair, because I've only played the first of the Xenoblade Chronicles games so far. But what I played the first one, I quite liked it.
Let's see, I only have 4 of the gems, so...
Yeah, run over and hit the gong. And every time I say that, I think of the Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Oh, yeah.
There's no game based on that, unfortunately. I wish there was.
There really should have been.
There's a game based on Nickelodeon Guts, which is on Super Nintendo. At some point I want to show that just because of it.
I'm a little surprised that I never ran into that one flying guy that was going in a circle around the pit with the moving platform.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, yo, that was a great skill showing you hitting him, right?
Yeah, like, most of the time over that pit was spent just dodging him. Mm-hmm. And then I kind of and then that last bit where I killed him.
Sure, well, there you go. Yeah, he wasn't living to tell the tale anymore. But I like what you're saying as far as this idea of it's the idea of this, which is, I guess, the idea of intuitive reflexes on a game or intuitive thought that, okay, eventually you find out what you got to do, whether it's you or anybody, really. And sometimes how that can kind of lead you to victory, even in case of a game you never played. And I guess also, with your experience with 3D platforms, what is your experience with 3D platforms? I don't know if I ever asked that.
Like Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie. Never really played a lot of Banjo-Tooie. I never owned it.
It's mostly Nintendo 64 stuff as far as the 3D platforms for you.
There's also Mega Man Legends and Legends 2 on PlayStation.
Right, which she played, by the way, for our show. Both of those, as it is.
I think there was some stuff on PS2. While platforming gameplay isn't a major factor for the most part, the entire Xenoblade series does have some of it as a more modern example.
Right, I guess you were talking PS2, something like Kingdom Hearts, not a platformer exactly, but...
Yeah, but there's still plenty of platforming in Kingdom Hearts.
And as we mentioned when we played the first one, actually Lightforce pointed this out, specifically saying that Square wanted to branch out into different directions when it came to genre. And they did say, we looked at Super Mario 64 for this, for the purpose of running a platforming action game. So they basically were saying, okay, fine, I guess they're amalgamating, I guess I didn't say this when we played Kingdom Hearts 1. They kind of amalgamating Super Mario 64. They're kind of amalgamating Final Fantasy, of course, with some of the stuff when it comes to Magic, and Zelda a little bit when it came to how the combat ran, amongst many other things.
And with the first Kingdom Hearts, there was even that mild element of a collect-a-thon with the puppies.
Yeah, you're right, with the Dalmatians. We did get them all for the show, as far as it... Which I guess that's the question when I do the rest of them.
And as I recall, the game actually will actually show every single dang puppy.
Yes, they will. In fact, we showed that, I think, in the finale of it, and I also showed getting the achievement for getting them all live on the program. Actually, now I'm glad you mentioned that, because we're taking a little stops and play for the purpose of the save and recharging that way. Mm-hmm. It's something that there were parts of that game I did blind without having done it before, and you're 10% of the way done. So okay, fine, maybe this isn't going to be as long of a game as I thought, even outside of what the cleanup's going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, I figure cleanup will probably be a relatively short session.
Sure, although it's worth pointing out when we get to that, if you do want to mix something else in,
I'll probably have something else planned.
Sure. Hey, we do that. We had that last week. If there's any show that shows that we can improvise on our feet and get stuff going, that's the case. I wasn't going to give up until as far as getting Elect for Super Hanger on to start for a first look. I told you the story of that for last week. It's like, it took me a while to do it, but we finally got there.
Yeah, like, maybe, like, hypothetically, we could even do a little teaser for Trombone.
Oh, yeah. Right. That's a good point. You're right, because, yeah, we're going to do that. Fine, I'm going to play that one. You still... Actually, you do still want me to run Misadventures of Trombone?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the actual game that Captain D-Trag got for me years ago.
Yeah, back when it was $270 as opposed to $700.
Yeah, it's an expensive game now, and the copy he got me is is absolutely complete and in great shape.
Yeah, I take care of I take care of my guests. That's absolutely sure when it comes to this program. And although it's worth pointing out, also, I do still have the way to practice the game because I have it on PlayStation 3. First thing I did when I got PlayStation 3 is like, let me download this game because it's $6. It's like absolutely worth it as far as if you want. So basically, the point is, right now at least, if you want to play the Misadventures of Trombone the cheapest way, buy PlayStation 3 and go download for $6. Mm-hmm. The one thing it doesn't come with is a thing we already showed for Mega Man Legends 2, which is the demo disc of Mega Man Legends 2. But we showed that too, so like and because of that perspective, that's how we were able to do it. But yeah, whatever you want to do. I mean, feel free to have time to think as far as that. We'll see where the game goes. That's the idea. This game is gonna, we're gonna go where the game takes us. We're gonna go where we're flown up to as we go to Cave Fear. I think it take off on Cape Fear, the Martin Scorsese movie from the 90s. That's the thing. Yeah, Cape Fear was the 90s. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. It was Cape Fear from the 90s. Yes, it was. Yeah, and only on Super Bowl Game Saturday will you have referencing to Cape Fear by Martin Scorsese in your Croc Legends of the Gobbos play. And also only in your Croc Legends of the Gobbos play in this program we get stuff with voice acting. There is not voice acting per se in terms of the fact that it's spoken dialogue. But there's one person who voices Croc in this game, and in the sequel, and also the other characters in this game, the Gobbos and all that stuff. Actually, someone surprisingly famous as far as the stuff he's done, kind of a character actor, take admittedly, is Jonathan Aris, who actually was a character actor in a lot of movies, as it was, including stuff that I was like, oh, great movies, sometimes not so great movies. He was Alexander Rudzinski in the remake of The Jackal from 1997. He was D.I. Fediger in Birthday Girl from 2002. He also did the audio commentary in Athens 2004 on the PlayStation 2, which is by Yorcom. I mentioned that game before. It's an Olympic game. Actually, it has a gymnastics event in that one where it's compatible with the Dance Dance Revolution mats. Where you do the floor exercise for that, and it uses the DDR controls. You can put a DDR controller in and play it for the purpose of that. Here's also Brendan Hatch in The Martian, the Ridley Scott movie from 2015. He was Anderson on Sherlock. He was Menzikoff in The Death of Stalin, which was a movie by Amato Antonucci, who made stuff like Veep and In the Loop, which is a great satire of the days of Joseph Stalin in terms of Russia. And he also Crispin in Black Mirror Bandersnatch. And actually this is also my one opportunity that I get to talk about this, because I mentioned I'm a movie person. Nocturne knows that very well because she said, hey, let's go to a store today that sells old movies, including VHS copies, where I bought copies of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, National Lampoon's Vacation, and since it's a 1997 game we're playing, As Good as It Gets, which also came out in 1997. He played, Jonathan Aris played Wilhelm in Topsy Turvy. Are you familiar with this movie?
Nope.
Okay, you might like this. It is directed by Mike Leigh, the expert of British social realism, who's made movies like Life is Sweet and All or Nothing and Secrets and Lies and Mr. Turner. And his most recent one was Peterloo a couple years ago. They got very limited distribution to the point where I was not able to see it. But Topsy Turvy is a biopic about Gilbert and Sullivan. So the idea of like their making of the Mikado. And it starred Jim Broadbent and I'm trying to remember who else was in that movie. But it's this great look as far as theater, creation. The idea of like them creating the Mikado. And it's a case where my brother in Herricknock, he loves Gilbert and Sullivan. He's like, these are the best movies ever made. It's also my case. I'm going to say this and refuse to piss him off saying this. It's also the only good movie connected with Gilbert and Sullivan. But at least we can agree on this. It's wonderful. If you've never seen Topsy Turvy, please see that movie. Because yeah, the guy who voices Croc is in that movie. Who knew? But I didn't know until I was doing the test. And fine, you went there on the slide for life, and the game fucked you over. Okay, fine. I guess it didn't that time. Oh, fine. It is you're right. It's putting you on a platform that has it's going to collapse. All right, so there you go. You better be quick doing that. You know, you have the blocks again with the Hazy Maze, or from the Hazy Maze Cave in Super Mario 64. Yeah, good job on getting right with the edge of the tail. It's like, yeah, screw you, I'm just gonna go past.
I didn't actually deliberately time it like that. I don't know the game well enough to quite be that good.
The good news is that because of that intuitive skill, you mentioned stuff with reflexes, sometimes you can make the stuff that looks like, oh, that was a total accident, look like no, it was totally intended. Would you say we planned the show, I swear to God, and that's one way you can kind of put it, saying that, no, yeah, it came off that way, it looks like a skill, she's able to pick this game up after only a couple of hours playing it, and kind of show that idea, you know?
I mean, it hasn't even been a couple hours. It's only a little over one.
You're right, I know. It's like, so in that case, it's almost like losing track of time with something like this, you know? Yeah, thankfully that one's not going to collapse, and you can tell that because they have the cracks on the platform, that's how you know.
That one off to the left is gonna break. And that one over there is gonna break.
Yeah, like the fire ropes, they have the eyes on them. So yeah, this is before Banjo-Kazooie, remember? So the cases that, yeah, actually, yeah, Banjo-Kazooie didn't have cases, stuff like that. But yeah, look how cute they are, because you just have to add googly eyes to anything, and yeah, they'll be totally cute. Oh, at first I thought you were gonna grab that. All right, press start on this one just to see that make sure it lets you continue. Okay, I guess we'll see also if it gives you. Okay, it does give you if it continues, because it didn't say game over. Because I think that, hey, if you can't continue, it wouldn't say press start to continue. So fine, maybe when you press the button. I mean, I'll do some tests on that. Actually, after the show, I'll put it up again. I'll intentionally kill himself and see what happens if you press another button. So I'll have an answer when I do the edit. Because I'm curious as well. But yeah, doing well going through the volcano. I do love the organ music as far as the stuff they're doing with the soundtracks. It's that idea of like the real instrument take of it. A little compressed, as I mentioned, but then again, it also gets compressed a little on the PlayStation. Although, it's worth pointing out, as I'm mentioning, the differences between the two versions with the music. It kind of does in reverse what we saw with Mega Man X4 when we played that. When we played that, we played it on PlayStation and Saturn. She played on Saturn, I played on PlayStation for the two stories of the game. But for that one, there's certain music where they had musical motifs that, well, one that wasn't in the PlayStation version, which was the first battle with, I always forget the name of that. What's the name of the first robot you fight in Mega Man X4?
Aragian
the Dragon, thank you. Because there's that synth glissando that's in Saturn only, not on PlayStation. And then on, yeah, it looked like you grabbed that, but fine, the game I guess didn't agree. Or maybe the button was in the way or something.
I think the button was in the way.
Okay. Yeah, but I was mentioning the case that in Frost Walrus' stage, like the intro to the second half, they have that transition which I said wasn't in the PlayStation version. I mean, it technically is in the PlayStation version though, because what happens is on Saturn, they when you come in, they start that music right before that, transition. When it loops on PlayStation, it's still there.
Crap.
So I just want to correct the record at least on that, specifically when it came to that. But the point is that this game kind of does in reverse. There's certain cases where the music has more stuff to it on PlayStation than it does on Saturn, but also certain flourishes on Saturn that it doesn't have on PlayStation. Even as far as like the first level, when you're like going in the grassy areas, there's almost this kind of ding, it's like a magic sound a little bit, kind of like the start of Sonic 3D Blast on this console a little bit. They first go into Green Grove Zone, but it's that's not on the PlayStation version, weirdly enough, from what I saw and what I researched. It is kind of a little weird differences as far as what it is, where it is the same, I guess, kind of between PlayStation and Saturn, but also kind of isn't a little bit. And fine, we're always fascinated by that for sure on this program, that's why it comes up. Alright.
Yeah, I still need to get that guy.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and have at it. I mean, and also using that side step is like, yeah, if you're used to this, you'd feasibly be able to run Tomb Raider, I don't know, maybe without a problem. Well, fine, Tomb Raider is much more deliberate this. I'm trying to remember, you said you never played Tomb Raider?
No, I have never played Tomb Raider.
Okay, I'm also thinking when we get to the first one, I might want to show it off on Saturn, because it was also on Saturn, and actually that was the first version that they made. It's feasibly better on PlayStation, I guess, maybe. I guess, I don't know. And there is the new version that Tomb Raider 1 through 3 trilogy that has it. But might be worth looking at on Saturn. You go the full 1996 perspective. That's a way slower game than even this one for platforming. Oh yeah, I was gonna say either use the reverse, but like fine, you don't need to use the reverse, you just jump backwards. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it lines up.
There you go. Fine. I think that's the thing, and that's how Tomb Raider, especially the most frustrating games in that franchise, which are honestly not the first one. Okay, fine, you did still get them. Oh! Actually, wait a second, did you... Question. I'll go back in the footage on that, but when you landed on the lava, did you have a gem the first time you landed before you died?
I'm not completely sure.
I'm gonna look back on the footage on that one, because it looked like you didn't have one, and yet you lived.
Well, that worked out.
Yeah, it worked out, getting out of the way. I get that. Fine, there's the Gobbos. Yeah, we believe in you, Croc. We believe in you, Nocturne.
It worked out.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that can be what you do as far as a game like this, you know?
Yep. I would say the one thing I don't really like about the controls is the wide turn radius.
Yeah, that I've understood has been the case, and I don't know. I can ask Edwack this, because he's played... I don't know if he's played this one. He played 2 a lot growing up. Because you've never played this, but you never played its sequel either?
No.
Okay. Yeah, because Croc 2 was on PlayStation, came out in 1999, despite with the back of the manual, this one saying like Christmas 1998. And I guess the inference that it was going to be coming out on Saturn, like, no, it's not coming out on Saturn, because, okay, fine, Saturn wasn't dead yet. I mentioned this last week, the last game on Saturn actually came out Christmas of 1998. Fine, December 31st of 1998, which was, Magic Knight Rayearth, but fine, Croc 2 never came out on Saturn, although that would be interesting to see what it would do if they didn't put it on Saturn. Also to point out, when those, platforms collapse, they will come back after some time.
Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting for the fireball that goes in the other direction to do its thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think if nothing else, maybe it shows what you gotta do with this game, which is kind of show patience, which is fine. Maybe that's my problem. Sometimes with the game, or any game like this, you've seen me, I sometimes won't show patience because I was born and bred on 2D platforms and stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog, where it's like, hey, I can afford to be totally reckless, but with Croc, it's like, no, you have to plan every jump, which makes sense, I think, with how they're designing this, really.
That's gonna be another thing that comes out of the well or pipe or whatever.
Yeah, the worm thing. Okay. That's also like what I love on this show, where something like that just happens and then like boom, there you go.
Well, we'll get this.
Yeah,
we'll get this.
We will get this. Is like we'll also talk our way through. That's the other benefit when it comes to something like this,
I mean, I'm getting better with every attempt.
And I think that's the other thing as well, because fine, let's talk about this. Which is, Nocturne, what do you think on this perspective? Which is, with games you've played, whether it's this one or anything else, where you'll play a game, you'll get a sense as you make mistakes with it, you're getting better, and it's enough to keep you driving to play the game. Or for that matter, games where it won't do that. You get the sense that I'm not making any progress, and you're feasibly going to put it down in frustration.
Yeah.
Any examples of that stick out in your mind either way?
Like, no specific experiences are coming to mind regarding stuff that, I mean, I know I've had those experiences where I feel like I just can't learn the game.
Sure, yeah.
But no specific examples are coming to mind.
Fine, the only example that's coming to mind right now as far as being able to get better every time, maybe it's because it's what I'm playing next month, Super Mario Sunshine, because I'm running 120 shines on that game. And we're almost there as far as how it is, just the blue coins and the last battle, but so I did feel like it was getting better and better every time, especially doing that damn Poison River. Oh my god. I can't believe I got that, even to the point where I had all my coworkers with me, basically witnessing me as I was doing that. Like, we found out more about that damn Poison River like anybody knew of all of us or anything. And so it was something that it kept kicking my ass. Eventually I got the sense that, fine, I'm just gonna go and farm lives for at the landing strip for the purpose of doing that. We are gonna do that, by the way, for the show when I play that game. Do not expect that I will not. Because we're gonna go 120 shines in that game, no issue. Yeah, okay, you did grab it, sorta, but then you, I guess it's because, fine, he's tall enough that he's not tall enough to hang on that without hitting the lava. That's where he got hit. But fine, I guess that's one that's coming to mind as far as my idea of, feeling that I'm still getting better even when I had problems. As far as the case where I didn't. Let me think about this.
Okay, I don't like that jump.
Yeah, fine. The only thing I'm thinking that maybe helps that, the only thing I can think to do is do the quick turn and then jump afterwards. But still, I get that. It looks like it's really frustrating. I find it annoying, like, hey, you have to be perfect. I guess if a game where it's like, hey, I keep trying, I feel like you can't get any better. Let me think about that. I guess I'm kind of mining some of my older days of 16-bit era. Let me think about this. Yeah, Amelia, I'm kind of drawing a blank myself. I'm just trying to think if there's something that, well, okay, fine. Fine. I don't know. Fine. Yes, there's got to be something. Well, actually, fine. I was showing you some of the point-and-click games that I've been playing or getting prepared for either for show or for follow-ups for stuff we've done on the show already. I know that I mentioned Cosmic Spacehead. It was on Sega Genesis by Codemasters. It's a case where I felt really lost. I didn't really play it for very long, but I felt like I didn't know where to go and it was completely stuck. Actually, there are parts of Landstalker, which I want to play for the show, that I felt that way, but then I was like, fine, I have to look a guide up to find what it is. Like, oh, okay. But I didn't feel upset as far as the idea that, hey, when I eventually got to the end of the game. But even games that are not very good, the case like, fine, I'll sometimes adjust to that. I mean, I've shown you the idea, like, how I played Superman on Nintendo 64, the idea that I played that damn game in public at MagFest, and people were saying, you might be the most competent player of this game ever. It's like, I don't know if I'd go that far, but they're saying, like, you're able to manage this game, no issues. Like, I don't know, I guess I just played it enough and understood what the weird stuff was. Actually, even has the same sound effect as Banjo-Kazooie with the, like, the chomping. But yeah, like before, it's like, yeah, the gelatin brand gelatin's in there. So off we go.
Well, I got through that room.
Yeah.
And I do not have the
yeah, the pink one. Unless it's in here, maybe. Okay, it is. It's right behind the gong. So yeah, don't hit the gong too quickly, otherwise you can't go in. So alright, fine, you got it.
Yep.
And there's also Gobbo in a cage.
I'm wondering if there's... Oh wait, no. That's probably some sort of end-of-stage room.
Well, I mean, it is, but you can also, as you showed before, you can leave the end-of-stage room and go back.
Yeah. But I think...
oh, Jesus, you have to do that. You have to go over the bottomless pit for that, and then jump to get that on the cage, which is over lava. Okay. Not that it's cruel. Fine, I don't know if I'd say this game has cruel aspects of its design.
Yeah, and there's no enemies over there. It's just
That's true.
a pit. It's just a pit.
Yes, as long as you set your jumps up, and also benefit also of that is there's no time limit in this game. Although in all honesty, it's rare that you'll have a time limit in a 3D Collect-a-thon game like this, unless it's like for a challenge or something.
Yeah, like challenges, that's a different story.
Yeah, challenge like the stuff with Spyro. I mean, fine, certain areas I know, for going back to Donkey Kong 64 again, I know Hideout Helm has a time limit to itself. I think it's like an hour, but it's very straightforward, so it's not something that's going to be, a problem to it. Or it's not like, I don't know if you ever played Prince of Persia, the very first one in particular, because that game, fine, that game is designed around time limit. You have only 1 hour to save the princess, and if you don't, it's a game over. But to be fair, the game is not necessarily that long, so, and actually, that's another one like this. Honestly, in fact, you know what? I'll go back on this. Actually, after you get the Gobbo off the cage there. I'll go back to this. Prince of Persia, actually, the first time I played Prince of Persia, the original, because it's unlockable in Sands of Time, which I have, I didn't like it whatsoever, and it was a case that I felt like I couldn't get used to the way those controls work. Because the kind of momentum-based control of 2D, if you ever played Prince of Persia or seen it, where basically you have to kind of run around, and as you do a stop, he has like a, kind of a, I guess a slide he does, which makes sense, because like, hey, he can't stop on a dime, as it is. And other things, where if you fall from too far of a distance, you're going to die. And so that idea of that being a frustrating case as far as it, but when I first played, like, I don't think I can get anywhere, and I know people love this game, but I can't stand it, but it's also something that, it's been so long since I've had that perspective that I don't really think that I necessarily agree with myself anymore for that. I'm just trying to see.
I see the key.
Oh, where is it? Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay, good eye.
That didn't quite go out far enough.
Okay.
But that was not difficult to get up.
Right. It's also not a case that you're going to necessarily accidentally go through the level, unless you hit the tail whip and hit the gong or something.
Yeah, but my finger is
away from the gong button.
My finger isn't even on that button right now.
Yeah, smart idea. Good catch. Good job.
And now I'm going to go back up and start breaking boxes.
Yeah, see if there's any gems in there. May as well. Enjoy the great piano music, for sure.
Fail.
Well, it's either way. It's like, at this point, you don't have anything else to prove. You clean this entire level out, basically. I don't think there's anything you missed in here. But fine, we'll find out later when we get through 100%ing this, or the cleanup. We'll figure that. At that point, it'll be an extra. Actually, wait a minute. They're all stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Ooh, look at all the gems. Alright, you're gonna get a nice payout at the end of this level. And it is worth pointing out from what I found, you do have, there is a set number of gems in a level. Right, as I said, I don't think you have to go through them to get 100% completion. So it's basically just, yeah, get those lives racking up.
Okay, I think this is the highest one.
Yeah, I think it is. Because, yeah, the other one was the last one you did.
So there's two more for me to break that are not this one that's on the ground. So 3 more in total.
No, I get that. But yeah, I'm liking this music so far as just listening to this. I'll tell you what this is. This, to me, I think is the kind of music for a video game that oftentimes I'll play in groups of people when they don't know video games very well. It's like, oh, this is great music. What is this? It comes with video. I'm like, wait, it does? Like, yeah, it does. Actually, I do that as far as my office Christmas party every year. They always ask me to DJ it, and there's like, yeah, I want to fit in stuff of, you know, video game music. Like Ed Wagner said, like, you should make it all video game music. It's like, I can't not have it, you know, other stuff. I have to play certain things the same way. I have to play, you know, Christmas music people know, but there's also a case like, fine, I can slip in stuff from Sonic Advance 2, or Knights, or Shadow Hearts, or some other things, and or Final Fantasy 64, or even this game, featuring. And people's like, oh, this sounds really cool. And good job taking care of that.
I mean, I couldn't not break all those boxes.
Sure, and we showed that. Yeah, look at that. There you go. 89 in the bag. Great job.
Just saying, I couldn't not break all those boxes.
No, yeah, I mean, I guess then there goes the idea of maybe how your mind will wire, your mind or anybody's feasibly with a collect-a-thon game like this. Am I right about that? I'm thinking that?
Yeah, gotta break all the boxes.
I know. Then what is your mentality, I guess, with that? Is that what it is? As we have Darkness Descends.
Yeah, it's kind of a, you have to check all the boxes. Well, like you know, check off all the things on the list.
Right. Which is why it's probably gonna take me forever to complete Xenoblade, because even as far as just the little bit of it I've been playing, I realized that I'm basically going and just you know, looking at everything specifically. It's why I didn't necessarily get past Chapter 4 of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth yet, because of the fact that I just want to clean out everything in the level, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go somewhere for plots. Like, wait, there's a chocobo stop I missed. I have to go pick up the sign for that. So it's one of those things. That's how we play Oblivion or Skyrim or Morrowind or something like that. It's like, when there's something over in the air, it's like, I want to go over there and get it, just because like I want to do everything. But it's like, wait, you know, I eventually have to get into a case where saying, no, I can't play my game like that.
Oh,
They're hidden.
two of the colored ones right in a row like that.
Awesome. And they were hidden, it looked like, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of them are disguised as regular gems.
Oh, right, because, yeah, level 1 had that as well, where one of them was behind it, or within it, I think. Right. Okay, first I said, wait a minute, was that another one? Oh, right, there's a gobbo on that end.
Not sure if it's possible to get back over there to break that.
Well, not that way. I think you could feasibly take the platform on the right and then go over the log.
Not exactly. That's...
Are you sure? Because hold on. Wait.
That one's just going to go back and forth.
Oh, you're right.
Here and there.
Oh, you're right. Because there's. At first I thought, wait, there's not a distance over there. You're right. Okay.
And I don't think I can jump that.
Yeah, fine. Unless you're willing to take the hit from. Oh, fine. It's fine. You had to jump on that in order to get up there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right, fine. Maybe you're. There's nothing for that. All right. So we'll go down the well.
I mean, unless actual springs are a thing in here.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen anything in box yet. For all I know, they could be. I mean, we'll find out eventually. Fine. That box is alive. Alright, so I guess what we think we... Oh, fine, you showed him, so you're on top of the box. That's fine, you're getting crushed. Oh, because there's a gobble underneath. Okay.
Gobbo is playing.
Okay. Yeah, actually, yeah, they do look kind of cute and definitely playful that way. It was like, yeah, we're coming here, we're here to rescue. Don't worry, you'll be able to go home and play, and everything will be fine.
You know, I'm not sure that one was ever actually captured. I think he was just playing.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's the thought. Also, I guess this is a good time to go into the Legend of the Gobbos. It's in the instruction manual. It goes for like 3 pages.
Sure.
Okay, fine. I guess I gotta read this thing off. So feel free to go in if you need something as far as, you know, paying attention to something. Feel free to stop me on this. Okay, and I'll have the link in the manual so you can go over this as well. Legend of the Gobbos, in which the Gobbos are described. Who were the Gobbos? Examine ancient paintings from the time of their civilization, and you will find that the Gobbos were short, furry people who could be politely described as gerbil-esque. But what of their soul, their character? One historian wrote that the Gobbos were among the most advanced civilizations of their day, making great strides in science and literature. People whose intelligence shines like a beacon in the night. It should be noted that this historian himself was a Gobbo and not only made numerous grammatical errors in his account, but also misspelled Gobbo. No, the Gobbos were a simple-minded people. Our race's greatest inventions were the edible deodorant and the wind-powered cow moistener. In over 2,000 years of existence, the Gobbos only sent 3 of their kind to college, and 2 of those were returned with postage due. Okay, they weren't the sharpest pins in the cushion, but were they lovable? You bet. So lovable they would often keep each other as pets. But oddly enough, it was their lovability, this kind-hearted innocence, that set in motion a chain of events that would send the Gobbos plummeting towards a terrifying fate. A fate worse than death. A fate so frightening that you fell through the ground.
I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, fine. Also go in the darkness before I continue. The darkness of what we're seeing here before we, before I continue the story. And that is, okay, fine. Getting hit by that's fair enough. But maybe this is the reason this is darker, because how they have to handle a draw distance on Saturn compared to on PlayStation, maybe. But okay, I'll have to look back on the video when you said that, because as I was going into that, I was like, wait a second. It's like you fell through and went through the environment. Is that right? That's what happened, right?
I'm not completely sure what happened.
Okay, we do have it on video, though, thank God. And you could feasibly also test the idea of, well, I don't know, what's going on with the box there. Fine.
I'm gonna break it.
Okay.
And...
although then again, here's the question, which is, how can you get... wait, can you? Okay, I guess you have to... fine, I guess the thought is, then you have to feasibly bounce up?
Damage boost, maybe?
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
I don't know.
Okay, so at least you found the answer.
Well, yep, damage boost.
Alright, and I guess then in that case you can also go up and get the gems again.
Yeah, well...
oh yeah, you can, because you can jump on the... I think you can. You can jump on that, and then turn around and jump on the box at the top, yes?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking about a fate worse than death for the Gobbos, but like, fine, I guess falling through the barrier was a case of that. Yeah, they were plummeting towards a terrifying fate, a fate worse than death, a fate so frightening that those with heart conditions may wish to stop reading now. Although it's really not that frightening. In which a crocodile was found. So this is going to what we saw in the intro. It all started one morning in the 3rd month of the year of Soup Spoon. And there's a little number of 1 next to it that has a little footnote. At the start of each year, the Gobbo High Priestess would announce the kitchen utensil that, when put down their pants, would bring good luck. The Gobbos took this very seriously, although some began to question the practice during the year of the electric can opener. Oh boy. This is in the manual, I swear to God this is real. But it was run by King Rufus the Intolerant, and there's a note also about him. People far and wide heard the King Rufus the Intolerant and feared his name based on that alone. Of course, the Gobbos knew his full name was King Rufus the Lactose Intolerant, and therefore only feared him after a big bowl of cottage cheese. But King Rufus the Intolerant, ruler of the Gobbos, was down by the riverbank watching the sunrise. He just finished breathing a sigh of relief that once again the sun had returned. And when suddenly a small basket floated ashore, he and his group of Gobbo subjects huddled around it. Here inside they saw a baby crocodile. Naturally, they assumed he must be the leader of the... assumed he must be the early leader in the annual midget crocodile basket race. Not that there had been such an event, but you never know about these kind of things, and many of the Gobbos just placed bets to be the safe side. A couple hours later, when no other basket came by, they decided perhaps there was no race, or been called off that night before by crocodiles to share their concern that the sun had gone away for good. The Gobbos were first wary of the reptile, were quickly won over by his vulnerability and inquisitive nature. King Rufus decided that the Gobbos would raise the crocodiles one of their own, and that he would himself care for it and instruct it in all the ways of the Gobbos. They fell in love with their new charge. As he was a crocodile, they began to call him Crocodile, but then someone thought of a clever new name for him, of Croc, though some of the Gobbos will always known as Mr. Fun Socks or Choo Choo McBoogie. Croc quickly learned from his Gobbo friends, though, surprising with how Gobbo-like he was. He could sing their anthem backwards and forwards and won every Gobbo dance contest he entered. In fact, little Croc was so Gobbo-like, it never occurred to him to take a single bite out of a Gobbo. As far as he was concerned, he was one of them. Thus, time great joy reigned in Gobbo Valley. Croc was healthy, King Rufus was happy, his subjects hadn't had so much fun since the year of the 3-minute egg timer. Then Croc grew up. As you know, I'll tell the rest of the story later because I'm seeing you go. Because, like, yeah, this is a long discussion. Yeah, the game doesn't necessarily go into it, but it'll just sort of kind of correlate with what it is. As it gets really in the vignette effect in the cave. In fact, there is one of the Gobbo subjects right there. I do like this idea that Argonaut did put attention, or put, I guess, focus as far as explaining the story in the manual, which usually goes back to games like this, where the game maybe wouldn't explain everything as far as the backstory. But fine, we saw what happened. They gave us no dialogue, but fine, behind that was a backstory long enough, actually longer than the intro of Lord of the Rings, when you really think about it. And I'm not even done with it, but fine, I'll leave it for now. Yeah, give them a little taste as far as what this is, because it was interesting when I looked at this. Like, wait, hold on, I keep going with this, but okay. Alright, so where next? Is this another one of those rooms where we have to go somewhere else?
It's kinda looking like it.
Yeah, I think so. I was like, it's fine. This is supposed to be night because I'm hearing the owls hooting specifically. Alright, but the question also, like, yeah, where to go, because, yeah, it looks like it's really dark over there. Oh, unless, wait a minute, is this one of those where you have to climb up walls, perhaps? I don't know, I'm not seeing anything on the walls. And I guess that's where you fell out?
I'm pretty sure that's bottomless pit.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it is. Yeah, and it's not. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything out there. So I think you're right. I think there's a bottomless pit. Oh, fine. There's that, but. Wait, is that... Okay, no, I don't think that was. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind.
Okay, wait, there...
Oh, maybe you can climb up on some of these?
I just don't see any climbable surfaces. Like, nothing
Yeah.
nothing with the texture as dark as it was for the climbable wall.
And nothing over going to the right backwards like this? I don't know where the raft's going as far as that. Does that go somewhere that killed you before?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, never mind. Alright, let's take a look. So when darkness descends... jump to the sides where the blue and yellow gems are, back to the rafts, you did. The point where they first appear, jump to solid ground. Crate nearest the door, hold the third gobbo. There's a climbing spot through that door. Okay, so there was a climbing spot. Again, I think we couldn't see it. Fine, I guess the spot, or the other spot, the one that seemed like it was a dead end. We'll take a look feasibly at that, or look... Oh, we're here. Oh, you're back here again. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
Oh, I see.
That's brighter. So, okay, fine. It was darker before, so that looks better. Which I think that's how it always looked on PlayStation, I think. Although, fine, I guess this game's doing it, because I guess for this, since it is darkness, I guess that's how they handle, you know, a lighting thing. Actually, if I only asked you this question, when it comes to stuff you played on Saturn, particularly stuff with polygons, what do you play that's run, like, aspects of, like, darkness in terms of that on the system, if anything, is coming to your mind?
Can't think of anything.
I mean, even something like, fine, I'm looking as far as her collection over there. The only two things I can think of would be Nights into Dreams, which even then, it's very bright enough so you're not in a case of saying, hey, where am I going? And it's not tracked usually anyway. That, and also, Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei, although that's another one where you can kind of get a sense of it still, too. And okay, fine, there you go. So that's where you have to go. So fine, I guess in this version, chat, feel free to let us know about on PlayStation if it's like this too, or different, or better, or worse, or whatever that might be. Basically, you have to kind of inch up a little bit as far as how it's using the darkness, I guess, to handle the draw distance. But you are getting a bunch of these, and there is the bouncy gelatin again.
I'm just looking around. Okay, there's the gong. Nothing hiding behind the gong. Because there was earlier.
I mean, hey, pays to look. I mean, if nothing else, I guess this game is giving you the information you really need to get a sense of figuring out, kind of, to think outside the box a little bit. Also, it's worth pointing out, you can do the quick turn when you're in the air. I did not know that, actually, until I was doing the audio test before we did the show. There you go. There's the pink gem. Right, there you go. That's the last one.
Is there anything over there? Or is that just click edge? Well.
Well, you got one of them back. Well, you came back, so that's good. Alright, so we're set to go into the door.
Yep.
Okay, I like how this looks as far as the moon in the sky there.
Okay, is water safe to go in?
Yes, because the game does say you have to do swimming, and I'll pull up the instructions on how swimming controls work.
Because at the very least, that very clearly looks like water.
Also, he's a Croc. Okay, you did sort of walk into it, so yeah, you got your toes wet a little bit for that. Fine. Croc is a crocodile, so you'll be able to swim in water, but then again, Frogger can't swim in water, and he's a frog. So, okay, you did fall through, and that's safe to that. Okay. Okay, so let's talk swimming. Swimming is the B button, or your jump button, swim forward, doing the breaststroke. You can change direction with left and right, tilt by going up and pressing up and down. A is your tail attack underwater, and you can still do the 180 turn and then paddle left and right with L and R. So it's basically the same. You just pretty much have to use your jump button to push yourself forward and aim yourself around. I guess use the quick turn as you need to, and I'm not seeing anything saying you need to conserve air.
Yeah, there's no air meter, it looks like.
That's good. Fine, he's a crocodile, so fine. If you can swim, you fine, I don't know. What's your knowledge of crocodile, aspects? Do they have to breathe underwater? I guess they do. I think they do.
As far as biology goes, they breathe air.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just didn't remember if they did or they didn't.
Yeah, they don't have gills.
Okay.
They have gills, not.
It's weird enough. I never really. I think it's one of those things that maybe I instinctively thought that that was the case, but I never actually kind of stopped and thought like, wait a second, they do or they don't. I don't know. But there you go. There you go. Yeah, look at Croc on. Oh wait, yeah, fine. The Gobbos, I guess, have a problem with that because they're in the safe bubbles that way. This does look pretty good as far as under the water. Especially for something on this system, the question of how did it handle water could sometimes be iffy depending on what game you picked, but this game, it looks really, really nice. Even the detail of, like, the bubbles coming out just looks very appealing. I think that might be what got people's attention. In fact, I think I've said this on the show before, so I'll reiterate it, which is that since Super Mario 64 was Nintendo's case, Sony and Saturn didn't, or Sony and Sega didn't have that, so this looked like something in that wheelhouse with the way it looked, with the colors and all that. So, yeah, maybe that also helped kind of get it a crowd that way. And it does still look really nice even today, as far as stuff with the art direction with it, too. Even with the weird stuff with, I guess, the draw distancing has been seen in some cases. Well, fine, they have to figure that for darkness, but still, it's like, hey, could it be better done on PlayStation, I guess. Okay, fine. You can also do the Super Mario 64 thing, which is you're holding the B button down for that, am I right? So okay, fine. It is literally the same controls of swimming as Super Mario 64. So I guess the question of did Nintendo necessarily rip that off for the... Oh, I don't know if the prototype showed that. Or for that matter, I'll do some digging for the edit on this. If the prototype for Yoshi Racing went into this, because also based on the name, you think, well, wait a second, it's gonna be a racing game. Which I guess it kind of was, but they did say it kind of was like a 3D platforming take, saying basically one of the first takes of something like that. But fine, if we have something that shows what that prototype was, that might be a great answer,
Okay, so as nice as it looks, I'm not crazy about the underwater controls.
Okay, talk about why.
Well, it's really hard to, it definitely overturns.
Okay, so same way as he is on the ground, or even worse, maybe.
Well, like that's, he keeps turning long past when I release the stick.
How does it work on D-pad? Yeah, you just have to flip that switch for it. Because I don't know if it makes a difference.
Not really, no.
Oh, so it's basically the same case. So basically, it's pretty much that even as you turn, he basically keeps turning even if you stop moving.
Yeah.
Actually, here's the question, that even if you stop moving, can you kind of keep the turning going as you change one direction?
Yeah. It's just that he keeps turning a significant amount of time past the end of the button input.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I've never seen this part. I've never done the swimming in this game, so I don't know how it feels. And fine, I guess we're asking this question because they said, fine, we designed this around the D-pad, but then it does have analog controls.
Yeah, I actually think it controls better with the analog, except for turn radius.
Which I think that seemed to be the constant. I remember seeing a lot of the reviews at the time. I know GamePro went on that specifically. They said specifically, if you're playing this, use the analog controller for either this or PlayStation. You're playing on that. But also the case that I think they said, quote, whenever you pull backwards, he takes a wide berth forward before he turns around. Why, Croc, why? They're like, yeah, they didn't like that part as we're at the next boss here. Fight night with Flibby. Alright, so fine, in that case, yeah, let's see what's going on with Flibby. As you're at 14%, so yeah, going well so far. Alright. And we do have the fight there as far as, I guess, we have the, the ring going on there.
Yeah, the boxing ring or whatever you want to call it.
No, yeah, definitely that way. Because we also showed a little bit of Sonic the Fighters again last week, the idea of them being in the ring to do the fighting. Also get to openly say this, because they talked about Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the movie that's coming out in December. They did say who is playing Shadow the Hedgehog in that. It's going to be Keanu Reeves, who is Neo in The Matrix, and also he's John Wick. So I was like, that seems really cool. And as far as game stuff, he was in the DLC for Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, that came out a year or so ago. So like, I think that could be interesting to like hearing him do Shadow's case of it. Because it's him, and then it's Idris Elba, who's Knuckles, and there's the Knuckles series that's on Paramount Plus, actually starting, I think, pretty soon, if it hasn't yet. No, I think it drops next week. And then, of course, yeah, still Colin O'Shaughnessy, the only person from the games who's Tails, and then Ben Schwartz is Sonic again. So yeah, I'll be curious to that. And fine, what they've said, they are going to be going into stuff of Sonic Adventure 2, so I'm very curious to see what they do with that, no question. Because we talked about this on, I think, this weekend, or I don't know if it was this weekend 2 years ago, or it was like one of the weekends before after this. You and I did talk about that because we did go and, yeah, just stomp our way down, like, we'll be fine. We did talk about that because we had just seen Sonic the Hedgehog 2 at the time.
Yeah.
But now 3's on the way, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that. Actually, question. I noticed when you jumped on that platform. Oh, fine. When you jumped on the platform before, it seemed like almost there was a wall that was keeping you in line. Am I right about that? I don't know why. It looked that way from the graphics. Sure. I don't know. I mean, not that like an invisible wall to keep you on the platform. That seemed weird if we'd be doing that. Because it doesn't seem like he's been doing that at certain other times. Also, I think you can start to skip that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we already saw that cutscene.
That's true.
And apparently they're skippable, so...
Yeah, because I mean, we know very well on this show as far as the idea of when skippable cutscenes get to be a problem. So much so that I will say this specifically, since she is blind playing this game, as far as this version of hers, I do have the data doctor with me. If for some reason run into a problem with this game as we go through this play, I have it with me. I'll have it every part. So we'll fix it live on the show if we have to, if it has to come to that. But we'll see. It's fine, we had to figure out stuff as far as Lunar from a couple weeks ago. But yeah, we did find our way, admittedly with a new disc, but still the same idea. And finally, this one should be fine. And it's also worth pointing out one other thing, which is that my copy of Croc on PlayStation, it's way worse than Protorov's copy of, or disc 2 of Lunar was. Because yeah, the label site damage on that thing is... Yeah, it looks pretty bad. I'll have a picture of what my one looks like. And it's not even a case where, hey, I was, I treated badly. It's just I got it when it was used, and I don't know, I guess it got worse as far as how I couldn't even get past the intro screens to even see how the game was running. As far as, because I said, oh, the audio stuff is going to be the same between PlayStation and Saturn. I'll put that to the test. I couldn't, because it didn't work. I even have, I don't know, maybe I'll debate if I'm going to put my footage from... when I tested with that to show what it was looking like. Let's give it a go. Because my copy, this is not working that great. That's number one. Number two, I need to see how the audio levels are, and also if it looks like it plays better on this system. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look at how Sony did it, because yeah, this is the first one to come out, as far as the first version. Actually, there's one thing I'm curious about in the intro, which is... Fine, it's stuttery as hell, but fine, they play the animation in, the Saturn. Are they in this version? Not on the Saturn. And okay. Alright, just somebody clearly favored Sony as far as this. Although, fine, it's stuttering as hell. So, yeah. My copy is in terrible shape. At the point where I think it's just stopped working entirely. Yeah, I definitely just need to get a new copy of this, clearly. This feasibly is beyond repair to the point where actually, yeah, it probably is not even going to work. So let's reset it. So fine, animates the Fox logo in this, and there's an animated logo of Argonaut in PlayStation. So fine, I guess they made it for Saturn, I guess, to start, but yeah, fine. We're definitely playing on Saturn for this reason. If she's just like, hey, I want to play on PlayStation, I'm going to tell her no, because my copy doesn't work. Also, I gotta make sure I can skip this stuff so I can actually try the damn game. Yeah, it's stuttering so bad. Can I skip this, please? Hit start on it, it's not doing anything. Okay, shit. Okay, so yeah, it just doesn't fucking work. Alright, fine, I guess I'm gonna have to, oh, maybe it does. Yeah, just let it load, we'll see what happens. I remember I got this working at one point. She's really that bad that it's, ugh, Christ. Alright, fine, I guess I'm not testing on this, so, okay. Actually, wait, am I? I still hear the disc going. Yeah, fine. This game is totally... Okay, it looks way better, but yeah, it's just not playable. Okay, so yeah, this is awful. Okay, so yeah, I'll definitely get another copy of this. There's no way in hell I can use this. From what I'm seeing, it looks way better on PlayStation than it does on Saturn, but... Yeah, my copy doesn't work. Okay. But...
Okay, this bit of platforming is actually kind of hard.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the controls.
You saw that there. It looked like when you made that jump, it almost seemed like you kind of were maybe locked onto the platform a little as it went.
That's not how it felt.
It didn't feel that way. It looked that way, though. I don't know why it looks that way, though. Because I would think it wouldn't feel that way from playing. But something about the way the graphics were. Maybe it's just this version. Unless you're making an adjustment while you're jumping, but I know that you can't really make much of an adjustment while you're jumping in this game. Because that's not how the way the physics are designed. Okay, that seems like it's the opposite direction, where it's like, wait, it almost locked you when you had the opportunity to be able to land on it. But yeah, again, talk about that unique dissonance, I guess. Like, fine, what it looks like from how the game is showing it is like, I'm playing it, it doesn't feel this way. I'm saying, you know, I'm more tempted to believe what you're saying because you're the one controlling and feeling it.
Yeah.
But for some reason, it looks weird that way.
Yeah, I think it's because of some, like, you kind of stop moving really fast when you release the stick.
Right, maybe that's it. Yeah, that's what it seems like, but anything else. Oh, there you go.
Okay,
Fine, that's maybe an easier way. Do the tail whip and walk ahead and grab on the platform. Well, it's also get your gems ready for when you have to leave the boss. Because yeah, he keeps coming around and causing trouble.
well,
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like you have a lot of time to react even to that, so I get that too, you know? Because he's just going to keep darting for you. Also, I don't know if 2 has this, but... Oh, right, and they respawn...
Really?
They unfortunately respawn really quickly, that I do know.
yeah.
I would say, I don't know if Croc 2 does this if you can bite the enemies. I think, like, yeah, he's a crocodile, you should be able to bite him, you know? Okay, good job. you hear that sound, that doesn't mean they're responding. But as I said, it happens really quick. So it's the case that, yeah, the game does not give you a lot of time to react feasibly.
Crap.
Yeah, unfortunately, also you don't
no
have.
iframes.
I was gonna say, yeah, there's no invincibility frames in this game, which is definitely a case of that. Or fine, I'll tell you what it is. It's fine, Sonic the Hedgehog, the first one where you land on those spikes, in the not Japanese version, and you bounce on it as soon as you bounce again, you're dead. But fine, it's only. Wait, did you get hit? No, I don't think you got hit from that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I was like, wait, it looked like you did, but I know you didn't for some reason, because like, yeah, you would have lost gems.
Okay, Croc. I was trying to move it. The circular moving, well, like platforms that move in a circular pattern are actually really hard to adjust on.
Yeah, I noticed that as far as when I was doing the test too, of what little I did. I know Argonaut said, hey, they want to design this to avoid depth perception problems, but fine. Because of the nature of this, you're going to have those. Or are you going to find, show off some skills. Like, yeah, I don't need to jump forward. Let's just make that happen. Good job. Yeah, she did intend that. I swear to God, she intended that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you're right. Fine, fine, you're right. Fine, you're right. I deserve that. But yeah, fine. I was like, yeah, I fine. I should have known better. Okay. But you do look cool either way.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest on that.
You're right, I will too, but I also was like, okay, fine, we were going in the ring. Okay, I don't know what you gotta do to him. You probably have to hit him when he's got an opening. I don't know, jumping him in the face, perhaps? I don't know. Or no, that way, and then, maybe jump on him when he does that. I'll find a bounce on him, I guess.
Maybe I need to stomp him.
Yeah, I guess so. Yes, it considers the preview to Hook-Build the Koopa from Yoshi's Island. Actually, it kind of even looks like him, I'm noticing. I'll have the picture of Hook-Build the Koopa when I edit this.
Or maybe I just need to punch him for reason. Or,
we'll see. Now let me add him. Yeah, the crowd is booing. It's like, yeah, we gotta win the crowd over.
Okay, that did something.
Alright.
Lost my safety.
I'm gonna assume roll threes, but we'll see.
Alright. Contact damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, you were close. But unfortunately, that does mean you have to make those jumps again.
Yep. Not looking forward to that.
No, I get it.
This is actually
kind
kind
of
of hard.
No, I get that. But I mean, and part, I think, from what I understand, maybe is the idea of... Well, fine, so Gemini 96 is saying that I remember being challenging, but in a good way, but also the question of, like, hey, you know, as Electverse is saying, the idea that how well is it necessarily aged with its controls, how much of it is the controls. I think it's... I don't know, from what I'm gathering, I'm getting a sense that somewhere in the middle, fine, Nocturne, you're going to be the one who is going to be able to get the best say of that, I think. When we get through this, and also fine, through this part, through the entire game and all that, at that point you'll know.
I pushed the attack button.
Right.
You know what?
Yeah, may as well just go down and just be set, so you have a set fresh to the lives. Alright, but good news, yeah, you do have infinite continues this way, so there is that. Like, it's not easy. So I think that's the other thing, I think, with this game, which is that I don't know necessarily if it's one of those cases where, unless you played it for growing up, as far as that, if you'd ever really be in a case of being able to completely run through this. I don't even know if I could do this game as well as you're doing with practice on this, honestly. I mean, fine, if I could do like 15 months, like Contra Hardcore, maybe.
And I missed the platform again.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to jump off cliffs again.
Okay, fair enough, I get that. But now he's looking off, it's like, do I actually jump off it for real for the end of this? They're like, no, it's like, he has to save everybody. Fine, I guess he's having an existential moment that way. But either way. Yeah, I guess it's, I don't know, is that gonna be the Super, what's gonna be the Super Bowl game Saturday narrative as far as Croc this way? We're gonna have to come up with a bunch of these, you know that. Just as far as our aspect, your aspect, what's Croc's deal, what the Gobbos deal, on top of what the game is saying, or the manual is saying.
Okay,
oh, there we go.
That works.
Yeah, because fine, you use that sort of leap, but it's not a case like, hey, you can use that to, you know, jump when you go off a ledge on the side of an edge or something.
Okay, where is he gonna respawn?
Or maybe there are cases where they don't? Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, he took longer to respawn this time than some of the other enemies did.
His respawn point was right where I was standing.
Okay.
So...
But even then, as I said, usually they respawn really quick, but... Okay, fine, then he respawned quick. It seemed like... Okay, it seemed like it was quicker that time.
I was standing on the respawn point, I think.
Oh! Okay, so then...
So he wouldn't spawn in while I was in that spot.
Okay. Alright, pro strategy there. I was like, hey, understand where the enemies respawn, stand on it, they're not coming back. Okay,
At
cool.
least until you leave the spot.
Sure. There you go, good job.
Hey, I actually made the jump that time.
Okay.
Might actually get through this time.
I think you got a shot. Yeah, I think you will. Good job. Fine, she did do that on purpose. I can say that. Am I right in saying that?
I mean, almost. Like, I was aiming to land on the box, but grabbing onto it was a perfectly acceptable alternative outcome.
Okay, so let's go fight the boss here again. I think you got him this time, especially with full lives.
Yeah. I lost my safety, but...
As long as you just wait for him to get, you know, tired and then just walk up him, but not completely, and then hit him, you should be set. Actually, it seems like he's easier to a certain extent to read and get him to get in that way than with, what's his name? With Feeble. At least his hitbox turns off. We know that when he gets hit on his back. So that's good. Got him. Alright, you got him. This is for all the trouble you made her go through. Good job. Awesome.
And that time I no damaged him.
Fantastic. There you go. See, sometimes that happens. Like, there you go. Do you squash him like a bug, Croc? Do you impale him with your tooth? Do you just let him go? Yeah, he is so cute. I guess you let him go. Alright, good job.
I can't explain it.
No, you did it. Good job.
I mean, I did it, but not quite sure how that worked.
I think it's just, as you mentioned, you said when it comes to something like this or other stuff that you'll get a case of being, able to kind of adjust as far as like, geez, we do better each time afterwards. So it seems like you're kind of putting that in practice on this one. As we go into the ice level. So cases as far as snow stuff. So it's
I think I need a small breather.
Yeah, feel free to have a breather, and we can talk stuff through. It's the ice of life. So there you go. There's going to be where we're going to go next with the nice stuff with the snowflakes going down with that. And also your choice, by the way, of thumbnail for every part as it is. There'll be a lot of cases going for this. No question. All right, fine. Since you're taking a stop, I'll take a continuation of the rest of the stuff with story because I went through everything before they went with was it?
You don't mind me having a small breather?
No,
right?
I got it. After that, you deserve it. Also, felt time that way, which is after Croc grew, in which Croc is a gobbo no more. One fantastic growth spurt, which we saw earlier, Croc grew as tall as 3 gobbos stacked on top of each other. He started eating like crazy. For breakfast alone, he ate over 150 buckets of peas. While walking, he would accidentally smash through buildings and trip over homes. Some game patty cake with friends would lead to multiple contusions and internal bleeding. Ooh. Despite his friends' efforts to brush off these accidents, Croc began to feel out of place in Gobbo Valley. And just as he decided to do something about it, a gobbo ran past screaming, "Dantinis!" In which trouble comes to Gobbo Valley. The Gobbos belong to the Dantinis, the band of villains known for far and wide for their ruthless burning, wanton looting, and marvelous singing voices. The Dantini Glee Club would have won all the big choral contests had they not been disqualified for eating the judges. What was worse, whenever there were Dantinis, I think Dretinis, not Pokemon, Dantinis, Baron Dante couldn't be far behind that green guy we saw earlier. King of all villains, Baron Dante was stronger than 1,000 Dantinis, and he'd long established hatred for all things Gobbo. He'd seen the Gobbos at Croc being so blissfully happy and decided enough was enough. It's time for the Gobbos to suffer. The valley swarmed with Dantinis. They captured Gobbo after Gobbo and threw him into cages. Dante watched it all, laughing his horrible laugh. King Rufus knew he had to save Croc, so he tail-swiped the gong and said in the center of the village, it rang summoning Beanie the Bird. She appeared quickly and King Rufus instructed her to whisk Croc away to safety. Rufus looked at Croc, saying, "Your only hope." Before he could say anything, Beanie spirited Croc away in a shower of magical sparklies, just as Baron Dante snatched the king up with his iron hands. In which Croc realizes his calling. Baron Dante, taking over all of Gobbo Valley, uses magical powers through the land, and I guess it doesn't play music anymore, I realized, as far as on the screen.
Oh, I think it might have just gone through the track or something.
Okay, and it doesn't repeat it. I don't know if, hey Chad, have you seen that happen with it on the PlayStation, or on this version, you're playing on this? Alright, so fair. Anyway, Baron Dante, taking over all of Gobbo Valley, using magical powers through the land, turning good creatures into evil. Ladybugs, like the one we just fought, ducks, lizards, fish, mountain goats all became horrific creatures under his command. Baron Dante stashed Gobbos under Dantini control, or guard, throughout his new kingdom, so if you needed someone to taunt or even bring to tears, a cute little Gobbo would be nearby. The Gobbos, meantime, being a highly social group, were distraught at being separated from each other. Baron Dante kept King Rufus as a personal pet, locked in a cage in the back of the castle. Rufus was taunted night and day by the Dantinis. He consoled himself in these dreadful hours that at least Croc was out of the Baron's reach. Meantime, Croc and Beanie the Bird watched their homeland was turned into Dante's playground. Beanie told Croc that he must act, but Croc was confused. What could he do against the might of Baron Dante? Beanie grabbed him by the straps of his backpack, shook him with all her little bird strength, and said, "You're the only chance they have. You must help. Can you imagine what it's like for a Gobbo to be all alone?" Croc sniffed because he could imagine what it was like. He felt more alone than ever before. Straining himself up, he said to Beanie, "All right, but I'm going to need your help." So here the legend becomes fuzzy. Historians are unsure as to whether Croc was actually successful in saving his friends. One thing is for certain, from that point on, he became the greatest champion the Gobbos had ever known. And actually, we're going to write the history book feasibly as whether Croc was successful or not, and Nocturne, that's going to be on your perspective. So yeah, there's a massive backstory on this on the instruction manual. I cannot believe that there is, but I guess it goes to the aspect that Argonaut did think through some of these things. And actually, I guess we'll ask this as we're in, the snowy area. What other games of Argonauts did you play? Did you play Star Fox from Super Nintendo at all?
I have, but not extensively.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've played through it. I've played through the set of stages a few times.
Yeah.
But I still wouldn't say that I've played it actually extensively.
Yeah, we did for the show, because I had to practice on that one. That was the case where, I want to be set for that game. Now I'll have to do that with Star Fox 2, which is next time we come back to Star Fox, just to go into that. As far as my other experiences with them, actually, wasn't it? Oh.
Crap.
Actually, wait, what is that green? I guess that's not water, is it? What is that?
It might be freezing water or something.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
I mean, it doesn't look like freezing water, but considering the environment, it's either freezing water or poison.
Okay, I'm also curious what it looks like on PlayStation, so I'll see if I can't get a picture of what it looks like on PlayStation. Yeah, just in my experience with the Argonaut stuff, it was the Star Fox games. Immediately later, I played a little bit of Carb. I played the demo of that, which is on Xbox. It was a really cheap. Okay, it looked like you kind of got caught as far as that platform when you did that, which is like a budget-priced jet ski racing game. It's not Splashdown, I'll tell you that right now. As far as it, 488. But outside of that, really, it was that Scooby-Doo game they made for Super Nintendo, which I do have that. I'd like to show it because this is unique. Yeah, we haven't shown that or aspects of that cartoon as far as games yet. I probably showed that one to start. There's also the one that controls like Resident Evil. People's like, the controls are really bad. Even Nintendo Power usually seem to praise everything, sort of, kind of back in the day. Even they said like the controls in this game are horrible, specifically. But Argonaut didn't make that one as it was. That was classic Creep Capers on Nintendo 64. But there was the thing about Argonaut that I always found interesting. There always was an interesting character stuff they did, including a game I never played, but I also didn't want to play this. I'm familiar with. Actually, where does his eyes go? You saw it in the life thing. He has no eyes.
Huh.
I guess that's your creepypasta aspect of Croc as you're doing hanging on monkey bars and things like that. They do say in the manual what that is. I guess it's just moving forward. Let me just make sure that that's what it is. Yeah, jump onto them, move, and you can turn around quick by hitting the C button. Or, yeah, C button, specifically. But how you're going to get back or where you're going, that I don't know. I was saying, the other game there's the... I never played, I always want to. iNinja. You ever play that?
No clue.
Okay, because it's kind of like a... Like this, it's kind of a platform game. This ninja character... Actually, the character design of that was by Don Bluth, interesting enough. Who did stuff like The Land Before Time and All Dogs Go to Heaven. We noticed that because I saw the VHS release of All Dogs Go to Heaven when we went shopping today at the VHS store she was indicating. Fine, not just VHS, other stuff. But point is that he did the character design on that one and had this aspect of, I guess, a sense of humor to itself. It was pretty interesting. I don't know. Okay, either way.
I have no idea how to salvage how to get back up from there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know either, specifically.
That'll probably be a cleanup thing.
Fair enough. It's like, yeah, whatever you want to do, go ahead. Yeah, what's something that looked interesting as far as what it was? It's actually, yeah, we'll have to take a look at other stuff of Argonauts. Yeah, Chad, what are some of your other experiences of Argonaut software, if you have any, aside from this, and I guess aside from Star Fox of the two we played so far?
You know what? Screw it.
Yeah, just may as well take the... Ask me to get... Okay, fine. I guess I saw what happened there when I said, hey, the thing with his eyes. I guess it just got stuck in when you got the one life. That was a life you got over there, yes?
I thought it was a gobbo?
Or something, whatever it is. I guess it popped up the interface for that. I guess it was stuck in his blink animation, but I guess when he's blinking, the eyes are missing. So I don't know, is that your creepypasta aspect of Croc? If something has come up, somebody's probably come up with that, I'm going to assume. Like, take a game as cute as this and then turn it into something like that. Although, that I don't... Yeah, I'm not sure necessarily to that. I mean, we'll see later. It's like, hey, you know, if we get like a Halloween vibe as far as something, we'll see. I've seen that, whatever that is.
Alright, that time I got through that room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird. Wait, because that Gobbos was in the box. The one we were like, hey, we'll come back for, yes?
Yeah, well, we'll need to, we will need to, do that one for cleanup.
Sure. Okay, fine. I think you're right when you say it's cold water, because it seems like it's letting off... Wait, is it cold? Hold on. Yeah, okay, fine. It's letting something off. It's not steam, is it? I don't know. What do you think that is?
I have no idea.
Again, maybe the PlayStation... Maybe it's different in the PlayStation version, where it's able to be discerned a little more. Maybe. I don't know. Although, from what I've also understood, going to the difference of versions... Also, apparently there's a lot of problems with it on the PCs. Like, you think, like, oh, the PC version could be the best one. But, I don't know. Apparently not. From what I've understood. I guess the idea of getting it running on a modern system now... Because that is 1997 Windows 95, baby. In fact, even to the point where... The copy of the game she has, which is a complete box, by the way, it does still have the Fox Interactive product registration card, which does ask you specifically questions about your computer. Does it have a 486, a Pentium Pro, a Pentium MMX, or a PowerPC processor? What is your speed in megahertz? Yeah, because now we have gigahertz and probably terahertz, but yeah, they were asking megahertz. Does it have 4, 8, 16, 24, 32 megabytes or more of RAM? Does it have a 2-speed, 4-speed, 8-speed, 10-speed, or 12-speed or greater CD-ROM drive? Does it have a 3D accelerator card or 3D graphics accelerator card? And also this one. Which online services do you use? Check all that apply. Internet/World Wide Web, America Online, CompuServe. Remember CompuServe? Does that name sound familiar at all?
Vaguely, but I can't place it.
I have a picture of CompuServe. It was a, from what I remember seeing, it was basically something, it was like the American Online take, which is before internet was basically the full case of it. It was a way to have, like, internet. I mean, I don't know. Fine, now that I'm on this aspect. What's your experience, like, early days of internet? Like, I don't know, the America Online CDs and things like that. With 50 free hours. Oh, man. Yeah, because that was the idea of computing in the 1990s. Actually, which we have went into that aspect before with the stuff of Humongous Entertainment we played. Alright, that was good as far as that.
I was having some trouble getting the camera to look back to where that enemy was.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, on PlayStation it runs the right analog stick, so feasibly you can use that for the camera control. Unfortunately, on Saturn you can't. But also, yeah, because you're in tight quarters, it's something that was kind of a little bit of stumbling block to me, too. As I said, I would like to test the PlayStation version I have, but as I said, it's broken. Although, when I do get another copy, I'm probably going to get the Black Label edition, and the reason for that is... Oh, nice jump.
That if I go straight forward, that's probably not forward in terms of level progression.
Maybe not, but I don't know if you can get to the left from here, can you? Fine, from those two platforms. At least you're safe away from those things.
So this is forward.
Okay. Or maybe a skill looking like you're gonna go around. Yeah, I was gonna say I'll get the Black Label on PlayStation probably because A, it costs a little less than this. Now this costs a lot on Saturn, surprisingly. So it's one of those cases that, yeah, if you want a Saturn game that doesn't cost a fortune for US, this might not be a bad option. But the disc artwork was changed for the re-release version on PlayStation, which is the broken one I have. And on Saturn it has, and on the original version on PlayStation, it has this nice artwork of Croc on the disc. I'll have a picture of the disc specifically to show that. This is neat. We talked about that with Lunar a couple weeks ago, and who knew Croc was doing it? Perfect, so you just circle all around. There you go, there's another Gobbo. Good job.
Break every box.
Pretty much, although as we saw, in some cases they're saying like, wait to break every box for certain things, but still, idea is the same. Fine, when you can see the box and was like, hey, it's not going to affect your way to get through something, break it. We'll find out about that other one, no question. Alright, there you go.
Okay, so I spend it.
Wish you got the Gobbo out of the way. Actually, it's interesting when you were gonna jump on the overhang bar. There's like it looked like you were just about to fall in, but then you jumped right at the last minute. It looked cool. Alright, so good job.
Yeah, once I got through that first room, it wasn't too bad.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe that seems like that's the case. Is you have to be really careful. Although I think you are playing this game that way. I think you're easing specifically on what this game's wavelength really is, now that I'm really thinking about it, based on what I've seen of you running this, which I think is a smart thing to do, and sometimes I guess that happens with the game, you know?
Yeah, I've always been a very patient gamer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with waiting to watch and see.
Yeah, I mean, there's cases I'll be too, it's like, fine, as I said, I like Twitch gaming as far as some of the stuff, but it's also something that, fine, if I have to slow down, the game tells me to, and I realize, hey, you know, going crazy like that is not going to work. Like, fine, I know I'll have to, and in that case, I'll adjust. But in this case, it's also something, yeah, I think you're really realizing with this one that, yeah, you kind of have to do that, but it also can help out. So you see the benefits of doing it. So it's not a case, sometimes we might get a case of, you feel like that patience is maybe not being rewarding to you, but it seems like with this game it is.
Yeah. I think I'm going to try to get through this second world.
Okay.
And that's and depending on how I'm feeling, I think the actual end boss of this area is probably going to be where I stop if I make it that far before I get a little burnt out from playing such a new to me game.
Sure, no, fair enough. It's like that's one other thing. Also, I think it's probably worth mentioning is that, since we've honestly really only had, okay, fine, of stuff we have recordings of, we've only really had 2 games that we blind ran.
Yeah.
I mean, Sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying, yeah.
That's fine. I knew because, as I said, the only one case where actually I did sort of blind run that a little bit is something I'll have to come back to for a full show because I don't know the recording of it anymore. Actually, the only record I have of that show is a clip someone took of it on Twitch from like 4 years ago, but I don't have the actual recording of it. It's for when we did Rayman on PlayStation. I had tons of people coming onto this, actually, kind of like with Croc tonight, saying that, hey, I've got memories on this. We're into a bunch of them. And also the case that there's parts of that game I had never gotten to. What happened?
Crush death, apparently.
You get crushed? Okay, fine, alright.
Okay, now, yep, crush death.
Actually, it doesn't even look like you're getting crushed. It looks like it's just kind of hitting you on the head a little bit, and like, just kind of touching you a little bit. Like, Croc doesn't know what to do with that.
It's definitely crush death, though.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense as far as it. Fine, because he's so tall. I guess it's that way on PlayStation. I don't know, feasibly, but either way, yeah, fine. I'll go back to what I was going at. So thank you for bringing this up, Nocturne, this way, which is that, hey, since we've only done 3 games as far as a blind play on the show, fine. I'll come back to Rayman. The point is that we've done this and Pokemon Violet from what we're finishing off next week. I mean, fair enough to get a sense of saying, hey, I'm playing through this enough. I mean, you've run this game about 3 hours or so, and then saying, hey, for the purpose of this, I feel like I want to, pace myself. And for the purpose of this play, that's fine, especially because, like, hey, you're running this way and you're doing a great job as far as this, just on, never having played this game. So it shows that idea, that intuitiveness that you bring to it. I mean, even if it was the case where I didn't get the sense you were, I mean, I would not think that, number one. But number two, the case that, yeah, you're really getting into this for sure. But hey, that can be a bit of a case of saying, like, what am I going to do for something like this? And also the case, like, fine, if I do too much, you might think to yourself, like, God, I'm going to get frustrated or something, maybe. So, hey, she's driving this one, no question. So she gets to make that executive decision of how does she want to handle this.
Basically, I'm just trying to avoid getting into a position where I get too frustrated with the game.
Although, to be fair, it seems like even the parts that have been frustrating, it doesn't seem like it was... Fine, it was there, but it's there because it's going to be there, no question. But also the case that when it was over, like, yeah, you were doing a good case, like, great, I was able to get through that, and also, like, thank God that's over as well. So, kind of that natural aspect. But, yeah, point is, so we'll go as far as where it goes, and then for this play, as I said, we'll come back to this every month until we finish it. And as I said, given the rate you're going, honestly, if you're basically in a case where you're pretty much going to be a quarter of the way done with this, as it is tonight, which seems like, based on how the percentage of this is, it looks like you are. That's, yeah, like I said, I didn't know how long this is going to go, so that makes sense as far as how to run it, And as I said, it's also something that, fine, is it we go where the game goes. So, we won't necessarily have a really long show if there's not a reason for a long show, if like, hey, we can't do it for a long show, whatever, so it's fine. So, it makes sense that way.
Well, shit. I think this is likely to be a 3 to 4 hour per session game.
Which is fine, which I guess then I'll also ask you this then, now that you're knee-deep into this. When we do this show for future parts, or do this game for future parts, do you still want to run 7 p.m. for this? Do you want to push the show forward, or how do you want to handle that?
I think 7's good.
You still want to do 7 for that?
That's a platform down
I was going to say, yeah, but you fell down there, and unless you can make that, I don't know, do you need to make that? Like, you want to try it, be my guest. It was like, well, either from there or from the other side.
I have no idea what that's supposed to be.
Okay. But it's fine. It's like, yes, it also, for this, it said, hey, do your stuff as far as what you want for show. So yeah, if you still want 7, go ahead. If you want to change that at any time, let me know. We'll change that. And of course, everybody will know as far as because I'll update the schedule and all that. And also when we're coming back to this for next month, because we do know when we're coming back to this next month as far as the date. June stuff is still up in the air as far as how I gotta figure out what the days are gonna be for everything, and I'll have to talk with you about that too. So that'll be the question as it is. And as I said, also when it comes to the stuff for the next couple of months, I do still have to talk to the Crochet Nerd 64 and also to Chasm 22 because I know that I was like, hey, we're gonna start Shadow Heart's Covenant eventually as far as one of our RPGs. It's going to be going on, but I don't know if... I think he initially said August, but I don't know if he's in case saying, like, hey, he wants to start August. Like, I'm not going to start it until he says, gives me the word saying, I'm ready to start this, I want to do this. So at that point, that's fine. I'll adjust stuff going around. So I do have to kind of figure that one, and then other stuff if I'm going to be doing my next RPG starting in July, and other stuff I'm going to be preparing for the stuff that I know Chad has asked me for.
Alright. Now I've got that gobbo.
Actually, wait, was that the one in the cage?
There was a button in the cage, not a gobbo.
Oh, the button was in the cage. Gotcha. Okay.
Not entirely evident from the way it looked.
No, it's fine. I was also explaining stuff as far as knowing where the next part of this is going to go, so that makes sense. Or fine, when the next part of this is going to be. But I said we'll keep going as far as this until she finishes, and also then she goes to 100% as it is after going through. And so far, I'm having a good time just watching this, and something that, I would want to, even with the stuff that's kind of weird about it, I would still want to play this more myself. Picking up, probably, as I mentioned, on PlayStation, I guess just as a comparison's sake, and to see, I guess, the aspect of the camera, being able to control it on the right analog stick. But also the case that, I would like to play some, and for Saturn, the fact that Saturn's able to manage this is impressive. Sometimes you think, like, hey, what could Saturn do? And this is a case where, Saturn could do this. And sometimes that's not something that was easy to see, I guess, at the time, because the thought, like, hey, Saturn stumbled out the gate when it came to 3D, it was designed more for 2D, so then the question became, where is, like, a game like a Mario 64 on this console, could it handle? And the answer is for Croc, even with the weird stuff like that, yes. I was gonna say, like, I'm looking at that, like, he can kind of slide on the side of, walls, was, like, almost there, it's like you're sliding off, but you can kind of save yourself, and you're doing a good job of doing that.
Okay. I'm definitely getting a better sense of the distance Croc can go.
Sure.
Depending on how long I hold a direction.
Right, which, I've gotten the sense of what I played. I said, fine. For this game, I think that's probably going to be the biggest stumbling block that feasibly anybody could have, or the biggest case where they're going to be able to adjust to that, and then when they get to that, you're feasibly in pretty good shape. I was going to say you're all set, like, maybe not completely, but you'll be in a better shape being able to adjust to that. It seems like so far you're kind of getting that.
Yeah.
Which is not something to take for granted, so in that case, it shows that natural skill,
Yeah. Whoop.
I was like, who's that? Yeah, Snowball off screen. Fine. And not fine, I guess, sort of off screen, like, where'd he come from? Who pot shotted you? Because Croc has one tooth that has your name on it.
Yay, gems. That wasn't actually sarcasm, despite the tone.
No, it gets that idea. But I think the idea is that maybe for something like this, it is exciting when you get it, because it means, like, hey, I can build up to a life, or I can avoid taking a hit from that guy over there.
Yeah, I think the gems are much more valuable for taking hits than,
I would agree that,
than they are for extra lives.
Sure, which I guess is a little bit of a change from something like Sonic, because I think, unlike Sonic, I don't think, from what I've looked into in this game so far, I don't know if there are any levels that have enough gems to get a life just automatically, as opposed to putting them in your rucksack or whatever it is at the end of the level. So in that case, for that, it's basically going to be making sure that you don't get yourself killed. Although also, like Sonic, maybe worse than Sonic, you don't have many of them come out of you when you get hit. So
you only get 5 of them coming out.
Right. Well, I did show, actually the first show Knocked and you were on, we did the Game Gear version of Sonic the Hedgehog 1. That's a case where when you get hit, you lose the ring, You sometimes can kind of pick it up, but usually you can't. So it's a case that, fine, it does help you take a hit and live, but it's like this one, really, in that way. That, oh, fine, not like this one, because this one you can actually pick it up again. In that game, you rarely can. There you go, good job as far as finding the next color gem. Oh, nice.
Attack as I fall.
Perfect, there you go.
Because you simply need to be in the attack animation. It doesn't matter whether the enemy is above or below you when
That's
you
good.
come into contact with them.
Yeah, that's good. Actually, I did not know that until seeing that. Because there are times I was doing the practice with that. Because as I mentioned, I took her copy of this just to audio test this specifically. She's like, do this just for the purpose of it, since I want to go in fully fresh. Even to the point where, hey, you had to do something specifically afterwards. You had to do something specifically before we started the show tonight, and she was out of the room. I was doing audio tests myself that way, just to make sure that we got the audio stuff level, which I think it's fine as far as how we're running it.
Okay. Crap. I really hope I don't die here.
Right, so I guess you can fall off if you run out of meshing. Is that the idea?
Yeah, if you go off the edge, you fall.
Okay.
Instead of simply stopping.
Okay.
At least that's what I've noticed.
Alright, so there's a color gem door. Is there a color gem maybe on top of this thing? There's something up there.
Quite possibly. I'm just taking a second to,
Yeah, smart. You're playing this, you might be a natural Tomb Raider, honestly, for that very reason. Because you have to do that. Fine. In the earliest of the Tomb Raider games, there you go, that's it. You do have to play it that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And fine, 6, which is the Angel of Darkness. That I don't know, because they redid the controls, and there's cases where you still have to line it up, but the way the engine is that they did change it after not changing it for the first 5, and then what they asked you to do for that, it's like it sometimes just didn't function correctly. And same with 5, or even the point where the people who made 5 said, this is, quote, old, outdated, tired shit. They openly said that, and said, like, nobody wanted to work on this thing, as far as that 5th one. Especially because, like, with that 4th and 5th one, which 4 was The Last Revelation, 5 was Chronicles, they were asked you to do things when it came to this control, or similar control method, like lining your jumps up. They were like, are you kidding me? He's like, and they got insanely hard from what I understand, although my experience with Tomb Raider really is only with the first one, 2, which I have on PlayStation. I played a little bit of Last Revelation on Dreamcast, the demo of it specifically. And then Legend, which is awesome. That's when Crystal Dynamics took it over. And then the 2013 one we talked about a couple weeks ago, which I quite liked. And Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider, they're on Game Pass now, so I should definitely take a look at those too.
Let's see. Should just need to get over there and go through the door.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, look at that! He's even leaving like traces in the foot in the snow. It looks great. It's a great effect, especially as far as Saturn doing this. You know.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we doing here?
I'm not completely sure.
Okay, so there's gems going down. Oh, okay. You have to move. Okay, so you're getting gems. Basically, they were moving left and right to catch them in a bucket.
And I cannot go back through the door.
That's fine. There's a gong here. They do always put a gong in the in these rooms.
It's just the first one that I was able to get into. There was a way to get back out.
Yeah, which is weird. I mean, I guess because it's also one of those things that's over a pit. So like, hey, if you aren't able to get over that or something, they want to make sure you're not sick as you're not stuck there. You get right. Alright, there you go.
Alright, time to save again.
Okay. And I do love this idea that in between any level you can save. So it's something that all your progress will be set.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it does look to me like, yeah, that's 20% of the way done in just 3 hours. So yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, this is definitely I definitely think a 3 to 4 hour period is about right for this one.
Sure.
I'm starting to feel it at this point.
No, I get that. I mean, and that's also been, we brought this up too, when it's come to me doing stuff for the show that way. It's like, hey, you know, how long you run on a game? How long would I run on a game? Sometimes the idea, like, how to build that more, if that's the case, or get a sense of saying, like, fine, I know I gotta manage it this way. In fact, even the Mario RPG parts, I did those like 4 hours. I didn't do them like 5, which is weird because usually nowadays, like, fine, I'll just base it to 5 just because, like, fine, it takes us up to midnight feasibly. But then it's also the case that, yeah, it depends on what it is. Sometimes we'll go longer or shorter depending on what it is. Actually, in all honesty, I'm trying to think as far as like the shortest show we've had in a while. Honestly, I don't know if we've had a show that's in less than 4 hours in quite a bit of time. Usually because there's either been a lot to show, I've needed more time for something, or something specifically. I mean, fine, we did like 9 hours and 9 minutes in one sitting for Lunar a couple weeks ago, as it was.
Yeah.
So that was like a marathon. We started at 1 p.m. So it's like, okay, more sense that way. And fine, it was Protorova playing it specifically.
I'm definitely enjoying myself. There's no question of that.
Sure, and I mean, to be fair, you have done long shows before as far as this, because you did, last game we played, when we did Mega Man Legends 2, and you finished that off. Yeah, there was downtime and stuff that was going on as far as it, but we ran that show for about, I think it was like 8-something hours that show went after everything was said and done, including just what you played out, even before I did the edits. There was, you know, the doggy there, like, going around. But fine, he's not coming after you, at least.
At least that's what it seems like.
Right. And I guess actually with me then, now thinking about this, the longest stream I ever did actually was part 3 of Pokemon Gen 9, as it was. Just because, like, I also started that one early. Actually, that was the show that was going to be the finale of Mega Man Legends 2 initially.
What? Oh.
I guess you
I thought it was going to take me to the
Gobbo
platform. The platform with the Gobbo that was up there, but nope.
I guess not. I guess you're probably going to have to go swimming. Yeah, I was going to say that show from, it was last August, that was initially going to be the finale of Mega Man Legends 2. We pushed back as it was, but because I started that at 5, I said, okay, fine. For that, I went longer, and also because I didn't have the chat run on that one specifically, so it was also the case that, fine, based on where I was able to get further, that actually helped, I guess, because actually that was preceded by the shortest. Actually, you know what? That might have been the shortest video I did, and it wasn't even a show up we did live, because it was part 2 of Pokemon Violet, where I just recorded it off screen with you on Easter Sunday last year. It was like we did it in like under 2 hours. And I think that was the shortest thing I ever did. It's fine. That guy's shooting you underwater. It's like, okay, fine, you can kill him underwater. Or bust that. Whoa. Yeah, sometimes you might be in a mood or something like that. As far as like, hey, what's a feel of a game? What's a case of something like that? I guess in Pokemon's case for that, it's like, fine, I was able to keep going, but I think I told you, one of the shows I did before I had recordings of everything, that was for Halo. I still have to go back to that because I want to do it again, because I don't have a record of it. We technically didn't play it because there's no video of it, but I ran that for 5 hours and 50 minutes. I've run 6-hour shows before, but I was like, I was drained as hell after I did that. Although, to be fair, I think that was... I just had this show starting at 8 p.m. as opposed to 7. I think it was after that, so I gotta push this forward to 7. I don't think I could have that at 8 p.m. and like go to a case like it's almost 2 in the morning for that, specifically to be able to manage that, because like at the end of that, because I beat that game in one sitting. It was like, okay, next time I do it, I gotta do like in 3-hour increments, but then again, I don't even know if I'm gonna do it in 3 hours. Maybe it's next time to do it. I'll figure also when I come back to that. And also, are there any of the Halo games you want to call dibs on? Because we haven't... Fine, we technically haven't touched that franchise yet, but I played the first one, but I'll play it again as it is.
This is going to be another runaway box, isn't it?
Yeah, good indication. I was like, hey, you know, what happens if the... Fine, there's an invisible wall, I guess, for the box for it not to go up. Yeah, fine. Be careful playing Gobbo that's most likely underneath that box, because if you go off the cliff, you're gonna be dead. Or find it. Okay, that's the thing, is he's actually gonna kill you. He's like, okay, don't let that happen. So yeah, we have to teach the Gobbo that way. It's like, fine. It's all fun and games until somebody falls off a Nicey Mountain, so yeah, you gotta, you know... Yeah, you have to stop that, sorry. Alright, good job. Yeah, put your feet down on the situation. Yeah, hi, young Gobbo. Yeah, don't play on icy mountains like that, please.
Yeah.
You'll kill yourself or other people. And fine, to go to the semi-dark thing the manual goes into, nobody wants a second-degree murder, second-degree murder charge. I guess that would be wait, or fine, an involuntary manslaughter charge, depending on how it's charged. Maybe, I don't know. Wants to charge you as a juvenile, maybe. But either way, but fine. Crisis is averted, so we can get going. And yeah, everybody's surviving, and we'll take you home. Yeah, we just have to go back to Gobbo Valley, then everything's gonna be fine. All right, good job.
All right. I am on 0 lives.
Okay. Yeah, they're gonna go left and right. Okay, fine. They go sort of from that direction. Oh no, it's one of those switches. Oh, is it? I don't know, because I heard like the timer go down.
I heard what I thought was a timer as well. Oh. Okay.
There's key, and there's the blue gem. There's platforms up there. Maybe that's your way to get back. Yeah, because I heard that first. It said, hey, they're going to disappear after time, you know?
Yeah. Like, that was my first instinct as well.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I noticed that the button completely disappeared.
Right, so in that case... Yeah, okay, that was weird. I was usually going to do the thing I did with Zelda, you know, that... Which I did when we did Spyro the Dragon. Even Nick was like, how are you so good at doing that? As far as, like, even in the time of, you know, when it's speeding up. Like, I don't know, I've been playing that game for years, and I have that memorized, and then I just do the tongue click thing.
Alright.
So there you go, there is the big key, and then the silver key. Fine, the gold and silver key, there you go. Because, yeah, I can't see you looking down. But, okay, at least they give you that, so... If nothing else, they are giving you a perspective, so at least you can kind of look down.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so how are you going to get down from this one?
I think... the safest way is probably...
Doing that.
This.
That'll work.
And then readjusting.
Yep. You're showing exactly how to do this. I think it's very smart. I find the idea that, hey, we always say we're going where the game's going. I've said that a lot tonight. But fine, you're definitely going where the game's going. Saying, okay, I gotta play it this way. I'm on my last life. I gotta be careful. So there you go. And then you're playing your path to victory, and then you execute it, and you're all set. As far as what we got to do next.
I mean, it might be a little bit slow for some people.
No, it's fine. Like they'll understand. Look, we have the best channel on Twitch. They understand what it is. They know the difficulty of it is, and they also feasibly know this, which is, hey, first time playing a game. What was their first time playing this game like?
Yeah.
Because sometimes the question, what is that? You know. Even in my case, like, fine, I haven't gotten that far. So here's another button in the box. There's another balloon, but is it gonna go? Okay, now it is, because it basically, you basically went around and then it dropped. Okay, I see what it did. They basically looped you around.
And now it's back into the drink.
Okay. Actually, wait a second. Was there something on the other side?
No.
Okay, good.
I already got the stuff that was over there at it.
Okay. Yeah, but like, avoid him. It's like, yeah, he's gonna shoot you. It's like, yeah, he's not fine. As Nikki always likes to say, that's so rude. Which is fitting because she's gonna be on the show next week, as it is. Actually, in that case, I'll also pick Edwack's brain as far as his experience with the second one. And also, because I don't know if he's played this one. But it seems like we're getting a good cross-section also tonight as far as people who've either played this or know of it, and people who I don't think have. As fine, some who have said specifically they haven't. But that kind of idea about it, you know.
Okay. Now
You're back here.
there was anything else.
Okay, the only other thing I'm thinking, yeah, because there's nothing else there as far as getting what it was. The only thing I'm thinking is, when it dropped you as far as the balloon, since there was that row of platforms, there was nothing on the other side of that level of platforms. Basically what I mean is that since it dropped you there, because when it first dropped you, when it first came in, it dropped you where platforms weren't, and then you went down to where the water was. And then, but now that there are platforms, it seems like they're going backwards. There's something maybe on that other side at that level. So you're like, hey, what this is like, yeah, doggy. At least the doggies just run around, have the time of his life.
Yeah,
not
it
going
seems
after
to
you.
be a fixed path. It seems to be a fixed path.
Yeah, it seems like that is, and that's a good thing. Okay, so fine. I guess hit the button again. I'm curious then about this. And then jump on the balloon again. Now turn around to see as far as what that's about.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Yeah, I wasn't sure necessarily if there was anything over there or not, but there you go. But hey, fair enough idea as far as like, hey, I might have seen that, but yeah. I guess at this point now the levels are getting a little more labyrinthian.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Okay.
That was sarcasm.
Wait a second. They're coming up and they're gonna be, okay. They come up, they're held for a couple seconds and then they go down. Okay, gotcha.
I mean, this doesn't actually look like it'll be all that hard.
But still, the idea of, fine, for a game like this, like, where's the pressure of your platforming to be quick with it? In a game where you have to be deliberate with your platforming, mostly, fine, it doesn't, as I said, it doesn't seem unreasonable. It doesn't seem like, oh my god, what are you thinking making me do this? But maybe it looks that way at first, like, wait, hold on, am I going to be able to do this? Or fine, I said this, fine, when we played Sonic Heroes, we went into this, the idea of, when they say, we're not going there, are we? Yes, we are. It's like, yeah, so it's exactly that again. And there's the last of the color gems. Oh, there you go.
I guess I did technically one-shot that stage.
Yeah, I think so. Except, yeah, it's sliding you... Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, first it was like, wait. Did you just slide you to your doom? Oh, boy. Oh, I don't know. Do you want to go and,
That first platform looks nasty.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Do you want to quit this level and save and come back?
I think I'm going to go through the trouble of collecting the gems again.
Probably. I would think so, maybe.
Like, probably for cleanup. I don't really feel like doing that extra, the gem door area right now.
And good news is you don't have to. Also, it's worth pointing out, actually, did I mention before as far as how to go back in levels? I need to get a life, by the way, for getting tons of those gems. So good job.
Although that would have been better if I was still at 2 lives.
That's true, yeah, you're right.
Because lives are kind of worthless.
I guess they are, but it's also something that, we talked about this before, which is that, the punishment for lives in this game is the idea, the punishment for game over in this game is, well, that you lose your progress on the level you went through.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's kind of a slap on the wrist, honestly.
I guess so. Actually, yeah, by the way, I was going to say, if you want to go back to previous levels, hit L or R as far as it, because at first I was like, when I first was going left and right doing the test, and it's like, he's not letting me go back. It's like, can I not go back? It's like, there's a collect-a-thon platformer. They wouldn't have that in a case of itself. It's like, no, they don't. So you just use L and R to go through that. Then what are you thinking about that? We talked about when we played WarioWare a month ago. The idea of lives in games, or lives in this game, I guess, specifically. Or lives in a 3D platformer or a platformer. What do you think about that? Is it a case where it being a slap in the wrist in this game is a good thing? Is it a case where it maybe shouldn't have lives? Or however what are you thinking? Or anything else, perhaps, that goes to that? Because I know we brought this up before, and I'm definitely curious to hear what your take is on it.
I'm fine with a lives-based system. But in some ways, I think it should be more like you just get a flat 3 tries to complete each stage. Okay. And if you don't complete it in those 3 tries, you have to start it over.
And basically the idea is that when you go to another level, it basically reset itself?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I would do it, and just completely eliminate the life gain.
Then, people are making the HD version of this game. Listen to Nocturne. She maybe has an idea on the question of how you're going to implement that.
I mean, maybe have the potential to, gain temporary extra lives.
Basically, a stock case as far as it.
Yeah, maybe up to 5 total tries. But each try over 3 that you have is lost once you use up that try.
What do you think about the possibility of infinite lives on a game like this?
Infinite lives. I mean, I'm not sure infinite lives would make sense.
Okay.
Because I do think there needs to be some cost for not failing too much on a level, because sometimes you just need to just start over from the beginning of the stage,
right,
to get a better sense of what you need to do.
Well, I'll put this to you this way then too. I don't know about how Croc 2 does this, if Croc 2 gets rid of lives or not. I don't think it does, but if I'm wrong, I'll say below, or I'll say to Edwag next week. Does it? What about Banjo-Kazooie? Because Banjo-Kazooie has lives.
Yeah.
But sequel doesn't. 2 doesn't, and neither does Donkey Kong 64. And I know people say, hey, the challenge of those games is not so much the idea that you're running on lives, but the idea that you're doing challenges for the gold bananas for Donkey Kong 64, the jiggies in Banjo-Tooie, and the idea that you have to do some of those things, and the idea that the punishment that you have to do it again. People said the Canary Mary race in Cloud Cuckoo Land and Banjo-Tooie, which is insanely hard, by the way, or a lot of the stuff in Donkey Kong 64, they're saying the rabbit race with Yankee in the forest, or fungi forest in that one.
Yeah, but basically, I definitely feel like there should be a fixed number of attempts per level, with the potential to temporarily augment it.
Sure. Yeah, and Chad, what do you think as far as that? What do you think as far as the idea of, I guess, for a Collect-a-thon platformer, the idea is where would you do lives? Where do you think lives should be? Where do you think challenge should go with something like that for games, as I mentioned, like the couple I mentioned, where they don't have lives are fine. With Banjo-Kazooie, they took the lives away. It's like, first it was a lives case, and then Donkey Kong 64, and then Banjo-Tooie just said, okay, fine, we're not going to have lives anymore.
Yeah,
which, for those, I think it makes kind of sense the way they do it.
Yeah, because all the levels are fairly short, at least so far. I kind of think that infinite lives would be way too generous.
Okay. 'Cause, I mean, I guess then the question is, like, how much would the challenge of the platforming go to that? But not a bad point to say that, hey, because they're small and condensed by the admission of the makers of the game, saying we had to do this for the tech reasons, that would at least be a good perspective itself. It's like, fine, if it's the unlimited lives, you keep trying until you do it. I mean, you sure can do that anyway, just as you mentioned in this game, just you have the idea that you just get the game over, your punishment is start the level over again, and without everything you got.
Yeah, and I would kind of do away with the continue screen as a continue screen, and just have it as a screen that pops up if you use up all the tries on the level, and then any button press will bring you right back to this.
Gotcha. I'll ask Edwack about this when it comes to how the second one does it. But next up we got Chumley Snow Dancer as our first boss for the Ice World.
But the feel I get for this is definitely that like a fixed number of tries between like 3 and 5 per level would be fine.
Yeah, but I like the idea of how you're kind of coming to this, I think, with this, which is saying that maybe not saying necessarily a blanket case of saying this is how it should be in every game like this, maybe as far as a personal preference, which is fair enough if you were to say that, but then saying because of the way this game operates, because of how this game controls, how this game is designed, going in deep that way and saying that based upon this is how it would make sense to do it more as far as what it is, and also why it maybe makes sense to a certain extent based on what we're seeing. I like that you're kind of thinking it that way. Yeah, I mean, unique way of taking a perspective of it,
Yeah, I mean, that's just my interpretation.
Sure. Well, I like hearing that interpretation, anybody's interpretation, really, because they'll come to something different that way based upon what that is, what their experiences might be, too,
But, I mean, yes, it is definitely getting difficult at this point. And this is only the second world.
Sure.
But, at least to use Mario terminology.
No, yeah, absolutely. Well, it is, because it's like 2B1, so they're naming it the same way. I think it's like 10 or so levels each world.
Yeah, but like, I think, like, it's definitely getting challenging at this point.
Yeah, but you're doing really good so far. Sorry, what does Chumley Snowden have to offer? So I definitely get a sense of this.
Yeah, I mean, even the first level had its difficulties.
Oh yeah, no question.
But,
and there is Baron Dante. Actually, I should remember his full. Yeah, Baron Dante again. Yeah, getting to that dude, like, who looks almost like a Koopa thing. He puts like a rocket up in his back. And like, okay, bye, guy. Fine, he's sending us off to kill us. That's the idea. But it's like, fine, Croc's a tough little crocodile. He'll be able to handle it. There are the... What's up?
Those penguin things are kind of funny.
They do. They look cool. Those potential thumbnail ideas, like, hey, the choice is going to be yours on that one, on how you want to have this looking, but yeah, that's definitely a nice look. That's one nice look, one of many nice looks we've had as far as this game tonight, no question.
Okay. There's nothing that's going to jump out of that one. This seems to be an open path as well. And that's actually why I like to stop and just watch the enemy patterns a little bit.
Sure, I mean, actually, I do remember, actually, with a lot of Sega games, on Genesis I usually notice this, actually Sonic does this, where the manual is like, tips about for the game. They also say like sit back and watch how enemies move to understand how they go. Fine. With Sonic it has a time limit. At least those versions had time limit anyway. but still, that thought of, you're right, it's kind of taking a stop to kind of gauge that before you do that. So there, when you really think about it,
yeah, like
and maybe
there is a lot going on in this one room.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It does look pretty smooth, even as far as how it is running with Saturn for this. And then also the case of thinking that, hey, you know, playing that perspective out. So honestly, maybe a lot of 3D platformers tended to be doing this, really making you think, or giving you an opportunity, and really behoving you to sit back and think about, okay, what do I want to do before I do it, and showing that, hey, it can be very successful, and then give you a sense of, this is kind of the way you go. Is this usually how you play 3D platformers, as far as that idea of kind of doing a study like that, just as an idea for it? Or for this one, is it just like you realize
you mean for like watching what stuff
yeah
does what?
Yeah.
That's kind of standard for me.
Okay.
Unless I happen to know the game really well.
Okay, because I wasn't sure on this one, because feasibly, I know you already understand just by just how you're playing, that fine, you have to do it with this game. There's probably no way around that, specifically, to be really successful at this. But I didn't know if you necessarily did that for all kind of games like this, or what that was necessarily looking like. But, and it's that giving the Nocturne perspective as far as how she play a game, how she play a game like this. And feasibly, how she play really any game when you think about certain aspects, unless it's like, hey, a case where, fine, she couldn't play a game like that's deliberate like this, but fine, it depends really on the game, you know. But I do like that idea, and it also goes to the idea, like when we have guests on the program, the idea that every one of them, they give a perspective of what is it that they bring to a game when they play it, and what is their idea of how they'll go through to achieve victory. And it's not always going to be the same thing, and I do like kind of that showcase, you know. But also, as I said, that's also part of the reason why I'll always say that, except in cases where I go on camera specifically, that is either myself when I'm playing a game like that, or in this case, it's Nocturne up on the screen for it, which is always that idea. Whether it's playing a game you've never played before or something you have, as we're fighting, Rocket Man, whose name is, fine, I can also look as far as those actual names. They said the level is Chumley. Actually, is it me, or does it look easier than the first boss, or the first mid-world boss? It seems like, he's just going all over you, and like as soon as he falls, just swipe him, I think.
I want to say that the first mid-boss and this guy are about the same.
Okay. I don't know, maybe it's just when I was running around, like, waiting for him to get an opening. At least this one seems easier, because you'll see that, he's going to come down and fall on the ground, so you have a little more of an opening. So yeah, you lost your rocket. Although he's fine, like, I don't want that rocket anyway. Fine, he didn't want it. It was put on his back against his will, so at that case, that's the case. Fine, the guide I'm looking at as far as this from Mr. Mrs. Psionics says this is, quote, this may be the easiest boss in video game history. I don't know if I'd go that far based on what I'm seeing, but either way, you handled Chumley without much of a problem. Yeah, we snow him so well. Fine, he lived, he walked away, so it was not a case we killed him.
Yeah, I would actually argue that the easiest boss, I believe it's one in Chrono Trigger, where you literally just, where the boss is too scared to move because it's high above the ground.
Okay, how far in the game is that?
I don't remember.
Okay, because honestly, I've not played Chrono Trigger as much as you might think. I have it, but it's also I haven't played it super massively.
But yeah, like, I know that there's a boss in a major Super Nintendo RPG that actually won't act because it's afraid of heights.
Okay, it might be
and
that one.
And it's up really high.
It might be that one, Chad. If you know if it is,
or something to that effect.
Yeah, Chad. If you know the one she's talking about, feel free to go into that. I will also indicated that as far as what it is. You're probably right. It probably is that.
Yeah. I'm not as familiar with Chrono Trigger. I'm not really all that familiar with Chrono Trigger. It's just that I'm pretty sure that the boss I'm thinking of is in Chrono Trigger. I just can't remember.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's also kind of a case of mine. I mean, I haven't played it as much, and like I have it on. Fine. The way we'd run it, because it's how I have it, is on PlayStation in the Final Fantasy Chronicles release, which I think is how you have it as well. Am I right?
I believe so. I don't know where my copy is.
Okay.
But I know I have it at least that way.
Yeah, because we have not touched Chrono Trigger yet. At some point we will. And actually, I did buy Chrono Cross. I'm waiting just for it to arrive because I bought it. Like I did what I did with Final Fantasy IX, which is I bought a brand new copy of it for like under $30.
Right. So, I just saved.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Okay.
And it looks like you're a quarter of the way done. So yeah, going pretty well as far as how it is so far. You know. Especially for first time running that way, it's definitely a good case of itself. So I think you probably gauged it right. So like, hey, going through the first two worlds, I think has been covered pretty well.
Although I am starting to feel pretty burnt out.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get through the end of the second world, but
okay.
I make no guarantees.
Okay. Well, fair enough that way, because then also remember it also... Fine, we'll get to 4 hours feasibly anyway, just because of the fact that, hey, it'll take 15 minutes to talk the schedule and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. So, which, fine, basis, usually, as far as how that is. That tends to be how long it is. Fine, because we'll go into stuff that way, and how that goes, as it is. But hey, he's like, yeah, you're doing a great job as far as this, for sure. It's like, especially for first time out, I mean, I'm very impressed. Just as far as just the look of it, but I also knew, like, hey, I knew you'd bring your perspective to this as it is and do really well. Whoa.
Crap.
I mean, you did still make it, but still, like, yeah, that was very tight. But I get that idea also, I guess we can talk about that idea of, like, gaming burnout, because actually, I think I said, actually, this has mostly come with the practice of stuff, where it's been a case where I'll practice games that we're going to do for the viewer request in particular, but also for stuff I'm going to do that I might want to do to be ready for, where I'll play through them as far as it, but I'll also get a case that I won't necessarily, fine, I'll practice them for sure, but at times I'm like, no, I gotta stop, I can't just completely practice this, I gotta put something else, I guess, as a little bit of a palate cleanser, I guess. But even with Mario Sunshine, because I've said how close I am to the 120 shines off screen for that, but it's also something that I took about a couple weeks of that game off. I was like, fine, you know what? We'll look at some of the stuff for where the button go. Looks like you just I don't even know. Did you hit it? Look, it just disappeared. I think you probably did, but it looks like it just disappeared.
It did, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure I did hit it.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't think it's a case where no, the button's not working. I don't know. Let's find out. You're taking you somewhere.
Is a work point of some kind.
Okay. I'm also seeing, is there anything in the manual that indicates that? No. Yeah, they're not mentioning that specifically.
Oh, okay.
There's a life there at least. Oh, like 4 lives. Wait, hold on. It looks like you were hitting that thing.
I'm not sure I was.
Okay, well, let's take a look at that again. Okay, now you got it. All right. Whoa! You saw that, right? It looks like you were kind of just sliding on the end of it.
Yeah.
Right, and just give me tons of lives. So fine, we're talking about the aspects of lives. And fine, this also came up because we talked about Wario Land, where it's a case where you can get tons of lives. Specifically, actually, a lot of those Mario Land games, except for the first one, you can get tons and tons and tons of lives. To the point where game over is really not an issue. So in that case, I think we're talking like, what's the point of lives if they give you so damn many? But fine, for this game it's a bit different because this is the only time I've seen where they're basically saying, hey, we'll give you like 4 or 5 of them in a single area. Which I guess is a good thing, so feasibly, hey, you'll have a bunch of lives to run for the parts of this world. Either for the finish of it or for whatever there's a difficult part,
Yeah. And apart from falling into the water at that one time, that wasn't too bad.
No, not at all. Wait, so there's that button again.
Yeah,
I guess you
definitely hit it that time.
It said, I don't know if you didn't hit it last time, because it disappeared. I saw that too, but I guess you did. Maybe it's just something about the way the hitting the button works. I don't know. Maybe it hits it from the side?
Not sure.
Fine, we'll find the answer eventually as far as this, so don't worry. Either by us or by the best channel on Twitch, this is always the case, Okay. I'm wondering if that weird-looking waterfall there has secret behind it.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's the platforms that go to it. Okay, so I guess it is, because first, that looks really wonky as far as how it's, the polygons are tearing on that thing. It's like, I think that's intended to maybe hide the idea of where you gotta go next. I think.
I've hit all the buttons.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine. You have to jump on those in the front, going towards that waterfall. Yeah, as I was looking at that, I was like, yeah, that looks fucking weird.
Ah, I see a key.
Okay. I think the cage outside. Well, hey, it doesn't matter. That was an easy way to get back there to get it.
Well, I'm still going to,
grab the gems.
Yeah. At least 5 of them.
Okay.
Because when you get hit, you only drop 5, so...
Sure.
Might as well maximize the chances that I get.
Sure, no question. Okay, so yeah, those buttons were for those platforms by the waterfall, but now you just go out the door, because I think there was the cage. Yeah, it was the cage at the beginning of the level. Or actually, I think it's right here, isn't it? Because you only went in here. I think, right?
Sounds right?
Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Okay, maybe that's what we heard before.
Yeah, the tick-tick sound was the platforms appearing.
Okay. I'm curious going back to the video on this one and edit just to get a sense of... It was the same sound effect, right? I mean, maybe. But alright, fine. Unfortunately, the doggy is going to be in our direction.
Okay.
I hope these Gobbos are going to be appreciative of what you're doing. Well, I think they are. I get that idea. I think they
Yeah, I get the sense that they probably are the appreciative sort.
Fine, again, Mario Sunshine, where it's like, yeah, they're not appreciative as far as what I'm doing that way, But it's either way, it's like, fine, we're going to take care of things, and Mario's feasibly going to have his vacation.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's true, you're right, maybe, you're right. Fine, I guess, because the idea like Mario going on vacation... He tried that in Super Mario World, that didn't happen eventually. It's fine, it did eventually happen. And then with this one, the idea of how that's going to work, you're right.
Yeah.
And fine, Mario Odyssey probably is the closest he went.
And then, Mario 64 with the cake.
Oh, you're right. He did eventually get the cake in the end. It took a while, but he eventually got it. Oh, it's true. You're right.
Who knows how messed up that cake is by that point, though?
I guess so. I don't know. Does Peach put it in like a refrigerator or something? Okay, thank God he got all those lives here at least.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Is it going to be one of those cases where, because I know with Yoshi's Island, they made sequels to Yoshi's Island. They made Yoshi's New Island on 3DS. It totally retcons the ending of the original game. Just to go into that. But what I'm wondering, like, hey, if they have like another take, something directly sequelizing Super Mario 64, gets to the end of the cake there, and I don't know, the cake is poisoned, and needs to dive. Someone dives out of the way to push Mario out of the way of it before he eats a slice or something. I don't know. Like, I don't know if they do that with Mario, but I guess that's gonna be the question, like, what goes on with Mario next with games, at least, because yeah, it's been fine with games as far as an original case of game. Because fine, the next Mario game that's coming out is the re-release, or the HD version of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, which is out next month. I still have to pre-order that game, because I'm going to get that because it costs a fortune on GameCube. You ever play Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door?
No, but I've heard that it's good.
It is. I think it's a little overrated myself, but there's parts of it that are great, especially the way it ends. And it's also something that, because it costs so much money, it's like, yeah, get that Switch version. And it's a good game. Actually, fine, you know what, that's another case of a game. That's the one I'll specifically state where it's like, hey, you know, where I had Burnout Case. That was a game I definitely had Burnout Case on when I played through it. Because the way that game was structured, it was like, I kind of was getting sick as far as some of it. I had to put it down for a bit of time as far as certain things that were great, certain things that were annoying. But then what happened also is that when I got to the end of that game, I was very satisfied as far as how it was, and there is one line of dialogue I will mention that when we get to playing that game that Bella says to you. Oh yeah, okay, fine. We saw earlier. I remember I said before you went in the lava or whatever it is, and you didn't take damage. That was another case I saw at that time. The one gem you had did not go away. I guess because you were still in. Well, I guess you were okay. You were still in stun state. I guess when. I don't know. You were stun state still when you got hit and then got the other one. But I don't know. But you don't have recovery time, so I don't know how that works. Well, either way, at least we saw that. As I was gonna say, there's the one line that Gabella has that puts it all in perspective. Like that was the moment where I said, you know what? That last line she has in that game completely changed my perspective. Like, you know what? You're right. And it kind of, honestly, in that way, that's one of those lines in the game that really challenged me to think about what do I really think about it, and something I do look back on fondly, even the stuff that annoyed me. And yeah, we'll definitely be picking up that game. What is that? Oh.
I am not doing
I was just saying no. Like at this point, we'll come back. We'll get it eventually. Yeah.
That's going to be a cleanup thing.
I was gonna say Croc there was like backing up, like walking backwards. Like no way, I'm not doing that. With his hands up, it's like okay, I get. I wouldn't have done that either after how well you did that jump for that. Like yeah, not you. That means you have to do it twice again. Like and no, we'll do that later. Fine, we'll eventually show it, but it'll come eventually.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a color gem over there, but I am not bothering. I mean, in the thing I kind of ducked away from.
No, I get that, but at the same time, I get. Well, hold on. Oh, platform there. But fine, I was kind of in the same boat. I looked at it, I was like, as soon as I saw that come over, I was like, I thought in my mind before you said it, I was like, no, not doing that, not now. We'll come back.
Oh, okay.
This might be in a timer this way, huh?
Sort of. I think it does the up and down once.
Okay. You're right. Yeah, you got it. You're dead on that one.
Okay. There's the gem door. I am not gonna bother going over there.
How many gems do you have on this one? 3? Okay.
I'm just gonna go for the end.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh,
Good job. Actually, I don't know how you're feeling when you have like a close call like that, when you're like, you think you're gonna hurt, and then you realize, oh, thank God it didn't. Is it one of those, like, fine, they said this game could be heart-stopping, but probably not. But I don't know, maybe they weren't lying. Fine, it's heart-stopping for a different reason. It is. Okay, so fine, we are going this way. So at least they're giving you some mercy, you only have to do it once. Oh, so you got a gobble for trouble that way too, or your trouble, I should say. Because yeah, you're the one driving this.
So yeah, I was not doing the platforms to get over there.
But wait a second, you got 3 of the gems. I guess they're probably both up there. The place we decided not. You said we're not going to. I guess.
I'm not completely sure by any stretch, but it
okay,
wouldn't surprise me.
You saw that right there,
yeah,
right?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. Yeah, fine. That's also why Croc didn't want to do that. Like, yeah, you know what? My model's gonna go crazy with the way it's tearing my polygon around. Fine, it's tearing my polygons thinking about going back there. That's what's really going on as far as how Croc's taking it. Oh, fine, that's Nocturne's Croc. Yeah, say no snow. I was like, yeah, we already did that last level. As far as that challenge for getting the rest of the gems, or find that other, the rest of the gems there. There you go, 26% of the way done. Okay, there you go.
I think I'm fading.
Okay.
So.
All right, so fine. We're gonna say no to the snow. Yeah, say no snow. We'll see more snow as next time is concerned.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Doctor, for that.
I'm sorry that I have to end it before the second boss of the area.
It's fine. We'll come back to that. It might also be a case where fine, you'll feel better as far as that. Actually, just to give an idea as far as like how much more is there. It's this one. There's one more level, and then it's the boss. So, like, just to get a sense of that, just as a basis. But yeah, I get that. Makes sense. And hey, if nothing else, it was also a little bit earlier show.
Yeah.
And also, feasibly also, in all honesty, a little earlier of a case where I'll be able to turn this around for the upload for the YouTube site, I guess.
Yeah.
But either way, like, hey, that's also one of those things, I'll say this specifically. Don't necessarily think, like, hey, you necessarily have to make it shorter or longer for the purpose of that. It's like, I'll do what I have to. It's like, hey, for certain things, it's gonna come with the territory. I get that for sure. Good night, all. So Dolly Finn's saying, well, there you go. I think she's having a good time. If usually something earlier as far as it, so you can kind of relax.
Yeah, I definitely had a lot of fun tonight.
I
Don't
did too.
get me wrong.
No, we get that.
But blind playing is difficult.
Sure, but I mean, for it being difficult, you showed it very. It seemed effortless out of you.
Yeah.
At least I'll say it that, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it takes a lot more concentration to do a blind play than it does to play something that you've played a dozen times before.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to a certain extent, although fine, for certain things you might need more concentration to that. Although, to be fair, I also didn't get that sense, if nothing else, just going to it. It seemed like it was as natural, just looking at it, as it is normally, especially later when you're doing some of those platforms. It's like, okay, fine, even as far as like how you're moving the analog stick on that, like pulling it and letting it go briefly to get over those last couple platforms in the last stage. Yeah.
Well,
it's
like
a
I
cool
said,
case of that.
that was me just that's me after I've kind of gotten a sense of how he moves in the air, like his pacing for movement in the air, and like how far I can get him to go.
Okay. Actually, one thing I want to ask before I go into schedule.
Sure.
Do you want to start this level just so we'll have music going consistently on this?
Sure.
So at least a good preview we're going to see next month, which, by the way, that's going to be, as far as our next part of Croc. Thank you for watching, everybody, by the way. Part 2 of Croc Legend of the Gobbos is going to be on May 18th. That's when you said you wanted it. Is that still in line?
Sure.
At 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we're getting the sense of, like, yeah, down there is our next challenge, Nocturne's next challenge. I think she's definitely up to the task as it is. Thank you so much, Nocturne, for starting a play of Croc for us. Yeah. I think everybody had a lot of fun. I think you showed off great skill for just playing it your first time, and I think this is you made a good choice as far as the idea of saying let's blind play this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having a great time.
I am too.
But as Gemini said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's a challenging game.
Sure. No, I get that. I mean, yeah, because as I mentioned, he was in when we played Earthbound. He was the one who was controlling that one. He knows that game like the back of his hand, the same way you do with stuff you've played for us, like the Mega Man Legends games, to start at least. But yeah, you're right. The idea that he has your back that way. I think everybody has your back that way. I think that's the idea. Like that's why we have the best challenge Twitch, you know?
Yeah. Like, probably my least favorite... If I had to make one major criticism about the controls, it's the turn radius.
Right. And that was the thing I was thinking. Is that if there's anything that's going to be, the adjustment factor to anybody, it's going to be that.
Yeah. If the turn radius... Like, I can excuse the relative lack of camera control on the Saturn version.
Yeah.
Because I mean the Saturn only has one joystick, and that's only on the 3D controller.
Right, and I mean fine, but even then, like the idea, like how do they have to get creative? Actually, weird enough. Now I think about it. Actually, the next Sega console is also the same way. The Dreamcast, because the Dreamcast does not have a second analog stick either. So you often had cases where you had to, when you played certain games, like MDK2 is a case where you use the. Actually, fine with MDK2. I don't know if you ever played that. That game, you have to use the analog stick for moving the camera, and then you move with the X, Y, A, and E buttons.
Yeah.
And that game is fucking hard. If you ever played, have I shown you MDK2 yet?
No.
It's by BioWare, the people who made Mass Effect and Star Wars: Knights of the Republic, amongst other stuff. It's a sequel to a game that was on PlayStation that came out in 1997, but it is a case that, unlike that system where it had dual analog controls, and then came on the PS2 later where it had dual analog controls as well. It's something you have to play it that way, and that game is so insanely precise. Not necessarily with platforming stuff exactly, but just the idea that enemies hit hard often, and that version has only one difficulty option. It's fun, but it's insanely, insanely hard. We're talking going back to the days of stuff like Contra and things like that from like NES, Genesis, and Super Nintendo a little bit for that one. But that idea of not having that second analog stick, you're right. That idea with Saturn not doing it as well.
Yeah, but like. That's my only major criticism of this game so far. That the turn radius when doing analog control.
And I think that's been the constant, as I mentioned. So it's the case like I think it may be a shared frustration, but if nothing else, you think this game would feasibly be completely unplayable that way, but somehow it isn't, which I guess is a great thing when you think about it. The fact that even with that big problem, usually any other game they'll probably kill it.
Like the ability to instantly turn around is basically the only thing that saves that turning radius from making the game nearly unplayable.
So give Argonaut credit for realizing that. I've never played a sequel. I'll ask Edwack that next week just to get a sense of what does he remember on that, and does it do that? Because I'll be curious of that also.
Yeah. Like, I mean,
keep going.
Yeah, I mean, you can technically get him to kind of turn in place by tilting, by being careful about how you tilt the stick. But he's still technically moving.
Sure, no, I get that.
Rather than simply pivoting.
No, sure, I get that completely. So fair enough to be going into that, and thank you for going into that to explain that idea of what you're thinking with this.
Yeah. So I would definitely prefer a way like when rotating the camera, I would actually prefer it if that was a pivot rather than simply a camera rotation.
Sure. I mean, and maybe ideas, because they are going to re-release this game. They've said that specifically, so thoughts of what are they going to do. They're probably going to give adjustments to the controls, saying, okay, fine, well, you feasibly play this game the way it was, or maybe they'll do like with Tomb Raider, because remember, when Crystal Dynamics took over on Tomb Raider, that tank method, they redid the controls completely. They even remade Tomb Raider as Tomb Raider Anniversary, and same deal with that one, where the controls, they didn't run on that system anymore, so the case that it felt much more natural for it. So maybe that's the thought of what they do with Croc, specifically going down, you know?
Yeah. Also, because of the Yoshi connection.
Yep. That was great. That was great. Okay, that was awesome. That was dead on. Oh my god. I think there are people in the chat who are going to love that, including myself. Also, that also is a case, I think I mentioned this at some point, she's also going to be in when we do Yoshi's Story for Nintendo 64. Oh, fine. We're going to play it on the Wii U. But
I hope I didn't make that too loud.
No, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Actually, weird enough, usually it's not... there's never been a case where even when the mic goes red, where what seems like a loud noise, it's actually not necessarily that loud a noise. Even when I go back as far as on the videos, like, I know the Crusader 64 said this. He said, I'm probably, your neighbors think there's some crazy man in your place. No. But I said, even though I went back and faced it, no, it wasn't necessarily that, loud to itself. But alright, yeah, then with that, alright, we will stop as far as Croc for tonight for it, but thank you, Nocturne, for the start of it, and we are going to be continuing this on March 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as I mentioned. Alright, so, with that, the last order of business then for the show tonight. Thank you again for watching, but I'll reiterate that again. Let's talk schedule. So, as far as the next couple of weeks, we are not going to be on Saturday, by the way, next week. So, we're taking a break as far as the Saturday program. We're coming back on Friday, April 26th at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, because Edwack and Nikki are coming back in, and I'm having this specifically so Nikki will also be in a case it won't have to be a rush case for, us starting the program. It's she gets to where we are late as far as we meet up for those shows. And, I know it's a struggle. I know it's a case of, hey, you're basically there's, an hour. We gotta figure stuff out before we get the show set. It's to give a little bit of breathing room, and also because I'm going to be controlling this, it's 7:30 next week. That's going to be for the finale of Pokemon Violet version. Speaking of blind plays, I've been playing that game blind for over a year now, although it's been also cases where I've been not doing it consistently, because actually for a while they're responsible for the reason we're playing that game as far as where I am, because they gave me a copy of that because I was going about how busted it was and still is as far as how it is. Shut me up. They said, here's the game, you can always play it because you said you wouldn't buy it, but at least you can play it now. To which I said, after I was insanely rude to them the first time by saying thank you, I'm going to sell this, which I've since taken. And it was horrible for me to say that, and I can take ownership of that for sure. But I said, okay, fine, you know what? I wouldn't feel right to play this game after all I said, so I said what I'm going to do for the show is I'm going to stream it blind, going the whole way. I first did it for my April Fool's Day show last year, but then I said, okay, then when you and I were around, I said, let me record this with you, and then have that as a YouTube exclusives part 2. And then you got COVID, actually. That's why we didn't have the Mega Man Legends 2 part. When that happened, and I was shaking as far as what that was with you, I then said, I pulled that out as an emergency, because I said, what else am I going to play? I looked at that and said, that was what I'm going to play. And then at that point, I got to be deeper into stuff with the story. Chat came in, and we had great stuff going on. I said, okay, fine. I initially said that this game doesn't deserve a full play, but then I said, fine, I needed to have some content. So I said that was what I was going to do. I didn't want to rush something else. But then I realized, okay, with that, let me continue this on. I'm far enough at this point. Actually, that show I did, that part 3, that was 8 hours I did. So that was the longest case of me running the show myself. I said, okay, I'm going to play this through for a full play. But then I also said to Edwack and Nikki, I said, you're the reason I got to play this game. You're the reason it's playing for the show. I still have it unpatched at 1.0, and it'll stay that way as far as the finale as well. I said, do you want to come in to feasibly give the defense against all the criticisms that I've levied at this game so far and will continue to levy for next week. To which they said yes. And so that is how we're coming to our show for next week. I know you've played Pokemon. You played... What version you play of the Generation 9 game?
I mean, I started on Scarlet, and that's the one I've played for the most part. But I do have a Violet file.
They told me that... Because they gave me Violet, they said apparently there's differences between the story across both games slight.
It's very subtle.
They're saying Violet's better. I don't know if that's true or not, but fine. I've been using Violet for the purpose of the play we've been doing. So fine, that's the one they gave me. I don't know what you think to that, if you know.
I mean, I don't know. I don't personally know what the differences are.
Okay, fine. Then our play is going to go that because fine, I've been running through the story.
I mean, other than which professor is in which game. The Professor Oak equivalent.
Right. Right, because of Clavel in Violet. And
I'm talking about
not the Academy president.
I'm talking about the
guy in town when you first start.
No. They're I forget their names, but there's a different it's one character in Scarlet and a different character in Violet.
Okay, I'm gonna have to remind myself as far as what that is, because fine, maybe because I started that game a year ago, as far as a little over now, that maybe I don't remember it myself. I'll have the name down, by the way, when I edit this, as far as what that is. But, okay, thank you for that insight as far as it, because, fine, they said that this one was better for stores. Like, I don't know, but whatever the case, we're going to go through that. And I said also, I'm still instituting the same perspective, which is, we will complete the game next time. I'll have to mute on the Ed Sheeran song, as it is as far as the game's concerned, so I'll basically take a quick look ahead to see where I have to mute that for it, and I'll have a link list item for the purpose of that. And I'll also say what the obvious thing is, which is Nintendo, Game Freak, and the Pokemon Company should have spent money on the game as opposed to licensing for Ed Sheeran, because I know he didn't do that for free, even though he's a big fan of the franchise. That being said, they'll also have the defense against what I'm going to say. I'm going to come with what I got. So it's basically going to have like a Friday night debate as far as this game. And it'll be our finale for the main story. The way I'm working, by the way, with that is that after I finish the story, if there's stuff to finish for the post-game that goes with the game itself, not counting the downloadable content, I will do it, or do as much of it as there is. I don't know, do you know, with Scarlet at least, was there a lot for post-game before the DLC came out?
Well, I mean, they both had about the same amount of post-game.
How much was that? About
you go through the exact same process. I don't remember how long the post game was.
Okay. I just want to get a sense, because the point is that I'll do what I can for that as far as it, but it's also the case, and if that takes another part, I'll figure at some point when I'll do this as an extra, but, what?
Yeah, like, when I went through the post game, that was, not terribly long after the game released.
Okay, and to be honest, I think Ed Weck also said, hey, it's not going to be that long, he doesn't think. So that'll be the idea, but I also said I am drawing the line at the DLC, so I will not play the DLC. As far as if people want to see it for the show, I will have other people play it for the show. I will not touch it. So as I said, I'm going to draw the line that way, specifically. And it's not a case where Ed Weck and Nikki will buy me the DLC. I'm not asking them to either, because like, yeah, fine, no. After 10 patches, the way the game's not working, and arguably working worse than it is with me having it not patched whatsoever, yeah. And I'm not confident now about that Pokemon Legends Z to A. I'm really not, especially because they're running on a Switch after this one. Even though Legends Arceus was great as far as how it ran. But point is that we'll finish that. That'll be the end of my blind perspective for that, which I've had a good time with, even my problems with the game as they are. There are things about the game I do like, and story is actually a big one of them. Actually, I'm not going to lie. So, in that case, that's going to be next Friday. That's going to be at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time on April 26th. Then we go back to Saturdays for a good amount of time. It's going to be next show on May 4th. We're doing the May compilation program we do. We take a classic game compilation. We take a brief look at everything that's in it, whether we played it before or not, and we give our memories, look at some of the extras it has, and this year is going to be on viewer choice. Well, I first wanted to see Taito Legends. Playing the Xbox version, it's also on the PS2. So we're going to have our experiences with stuff of Taito. What's your experience on Taito, aside from Bubble Bobble? I know you and I played that one. Like Space Invaders, perhaps.
I mean, I've probably played a few of their games. I just wouldn't be able to tell you which ones off the top of my head.
To be honest, there's also a lot of obscure ones in that one, in that collection specifically, and there's a sequel as well, which we'll come to at some point, because I first want to see that too. But we're doing the first one, so we'll have our look at stuff like Space Invaders, the big one. We talked Space Invaders a lot, like when we get to Space Invaders 2 weeks. Bubble Bobble, which I know you and I have played, and that's a great game. That's a lot of fun. Jungle Hunt, and Operation Wolf, amongst many others. Other ones that are definitely kind of more obscure, but it's a unique one. There's some unique stuff in that collection. And I'm definitely looking forward to giving the look of it, having the great case as far as it's basically going to be Cinco de Mayo as far as where that's in line of this year, like it was last year, because last year was on Cinco de Mayo by a case I had to have it for a Friday for our Namco collection we played. Which you were technically in because I pinned at the end of that the look at the Tower of Duraga. Your first, your blind look at the Tower of Duraga for that specifically. So that was the case of what that was. That was interesting.
I still want to commit to running that at some point.
Yeah, it is her case. When we do that, she's going to use the Namco Museum arcade pack for Switch for that because it's insanely hard. And if not for that, we wouldn't know how to be able to actually beat the game because the game has some massive cases where if you go through and don't do things, you're not beating the game.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an interesting case. That's going to be an eventual. That's going to be her Contra Hardcore, clearly, I think. But it's also the case that fine, I'll have some stuff. I'll do my element to it anyway. Fine. That is a legendary game for Super Bowl Game Saturday for many reasons. But that being said, that'll come down the road eventually.
Yeah, but I will likely only be able to beat the game assuming I do get to that point with practice.
Yeah.
Because of the version I'll be playing.
Right, and I don't think anybody's going to, have a problem with that specifically because of how insanely hard it is, but also the case that, hey, we'll show it that way. We'll show the full way as it is. But
I'll definitely be showing the win conditions on every level.
We'll show them again. We did show them at the end of that, but it's also the case that, fine, what do you have to do for that? That's going to be the question. And so it does have Infinite continues going on as far as free play. It's a case where you'll be able to just keep going, keep banging your head against that brick wall, and you'll be able to make it feasibly. I guess like with Croc, although I guess not as much of a bang your head against the wall case with this one so far. But still cases where, it's going to challenge you. More fairly probably this one than Tower Duraga, but still, we'll figure that eventually. Yeah, that'll be down the road, but as I mentioned, Taito Legends in 2 weeks. That's our next Saturday show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, it's going to be the next part of Metal Gear Solid 2. We took a month off of it for this month because of some of the stuff we had to shuffle around. But coming back, I have a couple of the Snake Tales I got to complete. I got 3 more of those to go. And I'm using Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on PlayStation 2 for that part. And I've used it for every other part, but the last part I will not. But the first one, this next one is going to be the last time we look at it because I get to show off the skateboarding mode that the game has. Only that version has it, and only on the PS2. Not on Xbox and on PC for Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance PS2, where you have Snake and Raiden skating around to a guitar version of the Metal Gear Solid 2 theme, the on the big shell.
So would it be Metal Gear Solid Pro Skater 2?
It would be, but it doesn't. It would be, but it doesn't control as well as that, unfortunately.
But you get the joke.
I do get the joke. Yes, it would be. You're right. But although weird enough, there was no Metal Gear Solid Pro Skater 1, and they never went back to this again. And even the re-releases of this, when they re-released Metal Gear Solid 2, including the shitty one they released last year, as far as the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, they don't have this mode in it. Only that PS2 release has it. And they actually even advertised the Xbox version is going to have it. And like, no, it doesn't. Apparently on Xbox. On the PS2 it does. So we're going to show that. It's going to be interesting to see how that controls.
I mean, I had to make that joke.
No, I get it. I get it, for sure. I guess in that case, it's based on the engine of Evolution Skateboarding, which is on PlayStation 2 and GameCube. I never played that. I don't know. You probably haven't either, am I right? I don't know. Maybe you have played it.
I don't think I have.
I was saying maybe it's your favorite game of all time, and I'm assuming. I don't want to do that. But, fine. Again, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, no it isn't. Nobody would say that, because Tony Hawk's Pro Skater just controls so well. That one's much more stiff, admittingly. So it's something that, like with Croc, you have to kind of get used to certain things with it. But I'll be used to that. I will show off the skateboarding, the little missions they give you. You have to go around and hit the ciphers and things like that. It is interesting. And yeah, I bought that version of the game specifically when Electra said they wanted to see this game for the show. I said, we have to show everything for this game. I have to get that version. And we did. And so that's how we're going to do that. That'll be our next part on May 11th. Then May 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Nocturne, you're back. We're going to go back to Croc here.
Yep. For
the next part, we'll see what's down on the pit there. And a week after that, I get my platforming Collect-a-thon take started as we start summer right. I'm starting Super Mario Sunshine on GameCube. As far as the practice I'm doing, I'm almost at the 120 shine perspective. Brooks Bree wanted to see this. She made this ask a couple of years ago, even to the point where I think the Crocheter 64 mentions, like, he's doing this, by the way. Said, I almost forgot I asked for that. So, like, maybe the thought, like, did she expect I was actually going to do this? I was like, well, of course I'm going to do it. When I say I'm going to do something on the show, I'm going to do something on the show. I will be using, though, not the GameCube version. I'm going to be using Super Mario 3D All-Stars on the Switch. And the reason for that is because the resolution is better. I realized when you hook the that GameCube version up to the RetroTink 5X, which we're using for the Saturn for tonight, I realized the game looks really washed out and is very indistinct. I don't know why it's that one game. There's other games that look fine, but for Mario Sunshine, it doesn't, and I'm not sure what that's about specifically. So I said, fine, I'm using the Switch version, which also has native 16.9. It also fixes a crash that happens with the game when you get one of the blue coins that is not always consistent, but when there's a certain blue coin you get in Noki Bay, the game will crash. And I only got it once, and it was thanks to Gemini96 in the chat tonight, who found out that's a known issue with the GameCube version, and speedrunners run the game without memory card to avoid that. It's like, okay, thank God I've been asking for that answer for 20 years. So I finally have that. But we're going to start part one of that. Mario's gone on vacation. He is charged with a crime he did not commit, and it's up to him to clean the Isle Delfino off of all the sludge. The prep of this game has been legendary, and there's going to be a part in November when it comes to basically just on a random Friday night, after I get the CDI Switch controller that I still have on order limited run, to show this game running with weird controllers, and also to show the document of what's gone on for the past 3.5 months, with all the videos I've taken, all the clips I've had, like 60-something on this one game. Specifically, what's your take on Mario Sunshine? Have you played this? Have you seen me play it, or seen it been played?
I've played a little bit of it. I've always felt like I kind of prefer Mario 64 over Sunshine. And
we've gotten talks of that as well. There are people I know who kind of go both ways, where they like Super Mario 64 more than this one. This game's definitely harder than Super Mario 64 by far.
It's not because of the difficulty for me. It's
really?
Just I actually don't like the mechanics with the water jetpack.
Oh, FUD?
Yeah.
Just as far as what? It seems like it's off somehow.
I just don't like the mechanics.
Okay. See, I love the mechanic for it. It's just the case that when you run through that game going to 100% with all those shines, my God, it gets insanely hard. And the limitations that come with that, like with Croc, can become apparent.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it unnecessarily slows down the gameplay overall, I guess.
Which is worth going into, I guess, to a certain extent. But it's also something that, because there's a bit of a yin-yang. You're right, I think to a certain extent you have to kind of play around if you're going to get it going faster, but also the case that because of that, it opens up the design of how platforming works in the sense that, hey, you can make platforming jumps in ways that maybe the game didn't think you would want to do.
It absolutely does.
Which is interesting, right.
I will give you that.
But also is the idea, like, where are you going to prefer one or the other?
Yeah, I prefer more, I prefer being able to just bounce all over the place, like you can with so much stuff in Mario 64. And I mean, yeah, Mario has a lot of the same moveset from 64 in Sunshine.
Sure, yeah.
Like he's kept a lot of that throughout his 3D platformers.
Sure, but there are design things. I get what you're saying on this game that are cases where, like, yeah, this can be really insanely frustrating. Yeah. Even as far as not even just like the 100% challenges, even stuff like going after the 100 coin missions can be real pain because you have to be in the right episode in order to know exactly where you can get it. You could feasibly get to a point where you'll get like the 99 coins and not be able to find enough to finish. Like, oh, I wasted all that time. On top of the idea of like how the way the FUD's mechanics kind of go to that. But I like how more smooth it is, and we'll get to that as we play. But it's also this case that I think we're going to have an interesting discussion, I think, about that, because it's also, interestingly enough, Charles Martinet has gone on record, and actually a work coworker of mine met him at a convention, and he has him on the record saying this too. That actually is his favorite Mario game. Huh. And Brick Sabri was playing that, said it's her favorite. There's cases, I know Medix has said exactly what you said, saying I like Super Mario 64 better. Yeah. It's one of the most divisive Mario games, honestly, there is, and I think it's interesting. I think that makes it very interesting for us to be the next one we play.
Yeah,
reason.
I wouldn't say that I strongly dislike the game.
No, I know. I think most people tend not to. I think the way that it plays is something that is pretty good, but it's also the case they find when you kind of peel back whether you prefer it that way to Super Mario 64. Other people said that, hey, compared to Super Mario Galaxy or Super Mario Odyssey, in particular, that came after. In fact, Chasm22 is the same way. He said, hey, every time I do these weird and, death-defying things in this game, he's always saying, this is stressing me out. And he's, getting into cases of that. It's like, so I get that idea of, he's like, I'd rather play Galaxy. It's like, you know what? I get it completely. Yeah. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I just like the general forward momentum of 64.
Sure.
Just because of the pacing of the gameplay.
Sure, and I think that's going to be the case when we're done with Sunshine. When the next 3D Mario game I think we play probably is going to be 64, I would think, for it, but that's going to come down the road.
Yeah. Galaxy has a lot of similar pacing to 64, although it's done in the form of a more traditional. It's more of a traditional level format,
right,
rather than Mario 64's kind of little open world areas.
Right, and also it's more condensed in with the Galaxy, I've sort of noticed.
Yeah. And I feel like I could say similar things about Odyssey. In fact, Odyssey has a ton of forward momentum.
Yeah, it does, and actually that's also really open still.
Yeah.
I do love that one as well. For sure, for that reason, also because it's unlike a lot of the other ones where when you get a star, it doesn't boot you out. I love that. I mean, but then again, it's fine. The way Sunshine works, I get why they have that working for that one at least.
Yeah.
And sort of Galaxy as well, too.
Yeah.
But that's going to be our case when we start Super Mario Sunshine. I think I'm going to like that discussion. I'm going to love the back and forth. The collaboration on this game has been unbelievable. I cannot wait to start that. That's going to be May 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then we get to June. We'll have the next parts of Croc at date to be figured. We'll have the next parts of Mario 64 to date to be determined. And also we'll have the finale of Metal Gear Solid 2 where we're going to be looking at the VR missions using the Metal Gear Solid HD collection from Xbox 360. I'm running it through my Xbox Series X for this one. And then the other two games I'm going to be doing Road Avenger for the Sega CD. There's our first look at Wolf Team and our first look at the Namco Tales of team, because they are one and the same, for the Sega CD. And also, viewer request that month is going to be Mr. Droller for the Dreamcast. I'm going live on camera for that one. Showcase all of the weird accessories I have on Dreamcast for the purpose of that. And those dates are a little up in the air. I'll figure those probably in the next couple weeks. We'll know the Croc date as far as when we do the next part next month. And then for the rest of the year, I know I want to see as far as starting Rhapsody Musical Adventure for PlayStation as far as RPG. We're taking a break from RPGs a little bit after we finish the one next week. But I'm also going to get a sense of, do we start that July? Maybe if the Crusade Nerd 64 isn't doing Shadow Hearts coming in starting in August, I might do it then instead. We'll figure where Croc is going, where stuff is with that, if we have open shows to go with that. Some of the viewer requests I got coming up later this year. I have Twist Metal for the PlayStation. We're doing that in October. I have Tom for the PlayStation. That's fine. Twisted Metal is like first request. One Trail wanted to see Tomba. You were on the show actually. He asked for that one for the PlayStation. We'll play that in November, and then we'll have the Delicious Xbox Live showcase that's coming up in November 30th. With a bunch of those games, I'm talking to you as far as some of the ones I'm doing, some ones that you wanted to see. Marvel West Ultra's a big one you want to have for the purpose of that is on lists. And I got others I'll go, and then going to December, I know I've got the stuff will continue as far as that. And Shenmue. I start Shenmue in December, as I mentioned last week. Cannot wait to start that. We're running on the Dreamcast, because, that 1 and 2 version has big problems with its audio mixing. Worse than I think I realized they were. At least when I ran in Series X after last week's show. And then other stuff we got going as far as how it is, and and the Halloween block. I'll have stuff announced to that when we get closer to time. But yeah, I think that's how we're looking. So, Nocturne, thank you so much for leading us through Croc to start. And there we go. Had a great time for tonight's show. Thank you to everybody out there in chat. Thank you so much to Dollyfin, to Likeverse, to Gemini96, to Joni Shimurda, and also to Darth Loctus. Thank you so much for stopping by and joining us for tonight's program. With that, thank you so much for everything. Thank you again, Nocturne. I can't say it enough.
Yep, once again, I had a great time tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear that. All right, so we'll see you next month for that for sure. But until then, see you next week for Friday, as it is 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the finale of Pokemon Violet version for the Nintendo Switch in 1.0 state. Till then, thank you so much for watching the show. Have a great rest of your night, a great week coming forward, and I'll see you next week. Take care, everybody.